movers and shakers. This is that Monday show, Nemo Nation, with your hosts, Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and these two producers over here, Andre with a T in the last name, and then Madison with a T as well. Good morning.
It's tea time.
All together now. It's tea time. Good morning, everybody.
Time. Good morning, by the way. You're finding FaceTime on Facebook because we are up and locked and loaded on the Book of Face. Are you yakking it up on the tube of you as Bruce Almighty, the Paranormal Pie Man, D. Taylor, Steve, Brad Bentley says good morning, Nemo Nation as well, and the Turtle, who will join us in short order. By the way, says, morning, everyone. How's that 1K triple question mark? That's right. 1,000 subscribers. I told everybody I wasn't a nice guy. I told everybody Nemo Nation was coming for him. That's the big number. That's the big number.
Isn't it amazing?
And by the way, I want to be in that number when the Saints come marching into the Fastport studios over here at the historic Degas House. Fastport's been doing this game for a long time. Our good friend Brad Bentley just stopped in to say hi. We're all getting ready for the big party over here.
Yes, we're 9 days away.
Be there or
party.
Be square. You've been invited.
Wednesday.
Bob Book of Road Dog Coffee. He actually sent a RSVP. He's going to be here, which is really good news for a whole bunch of reasons. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Are you yakking it up on the tube of you? Yes, you are. Are you leaving your heart on iHeart? Have you the audacity to listen on Odyssey? Perhaps you've opened up a box of Pandora with the strange salesman and the strange talent. Or maybe you're dialing into RadioNemo.com and hitting that 365 dial between the hours of 7 to 11 in the center or 8 to 12 in the east. It's the raucous reality of Nemo Nation, where neither the listening nor the subscription cost you anything. It's a fast and furious format of freight, facts, and fun fueling this Monday morning. Dave Nemo in the house. How was your weekend?
Really good. The band played on Saturday night here, so I had
got some video. We're going to get it up.
We're going to get some video. Yeah. You were there.
I was
there.
Brad
Bentley was there.
I stopped in. Nice big crowd, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Big crowd over at Rockin' Bowl. Mm-hmm. By the way, there's a story over in Odd Sporting News about this whole thing in Pittsburgh of nude bowling.
Oh,
There's a big nude bowling tournament. Today's, by the way, National Nude Day.
I saw that, and I have no comment.
So 13 pins instead of 12?
Phone Master Andre will be here all week until Friday, at which point he has weekends off. Have to ask, we know Madison got back from doing the movie thing, moving and shaking on the movie. How was your weekend, Phone Master Dre?
Kids are exhausting, dog. Just saying.
You exhausted the kid?
Yeah.
You said exhausted or exhausting?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes. See, no, I had a great weekend. I enjoyed it. Being able to spend time with them is great, but at the same time, being able to get fully moved into the new casa, getting a new little couch off of an old Facebook Marketplace, meeting some new people, getting some pictures hung. I'm good. I'm not quite rested, but I think tonight's going to be the night that I do that.
Yeah, get out of here sooner rather than later.
Exactly.
Oh, by the way, it's going to rain at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay, thanks for that heads up now.
It's like really funny because Dre's like, I just feel like I'm cursed when I leave. I said, nope, you're leaving at the same time, and the concrete cooks here in the city of New Orleans until it gets so hot that it finally rises up and comes down.
I'm just thankful I'm not driving the car that I used to have because that thing will take a float because I was on a Scion XD. And then now I'm in a Jeep, so thank the Lord. Because beforehand, I'm just like, look, man, I'm just going to float this P-roll on back to the coast.
Hey, dude, I'm so glad you're going from being Chairman Mao to John Wayne, dude.
Boy, you ain't
What
lying.
were you driving? A Scion what?
Scion XD. Let me tell you something, man.
Communist, Dave.
Boy, you ain't lying. And that's who you needed to do that engine because it was the size of my hand.
But now you're driving a Jeep.
Yeah.
Just like James Coburn or, Lee Majors or John Wayne. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about.
Now I need a step stool to get in it. Beforehand, I just hurt my back looking at that thing. You know what I'm saying?
Give us a call at 615-292-6366. We got what Jackie Gleason would call a dandy of a show. I had a theory, Dave.
Yes.
Went to the movies this weekend.
Yes, you did. I know what you went to see, and we're going to go see it on Thursday.
I got to tell you guys, it ain't woke, it ain't conservative, it ain't nothing. It's just a really fun movie. Superman is a blast and a half.
Yeah.
It's a blast and a half, man. It's just, it's a really good time. Made me think of the 1978 one, because I took Gustavo I took little Gustavo, 8-year-old Gustavo, and I remember what it was like to go see a movie in 1978 when, Alexander Solkine promised us, "You will believe a man can fly." Remember that? Remember the advertising campaign in 1978?
Back when I was a little boy in the 50s, there were a lot of kids who believed they could fly. You wouldn't believe how many young boys broke arms, necks, legs, everything you can break, jumping off of roofs with capes that they made out of a blanket or something.
You will believe
Yeah.
a man can fly.
We believed anything in the 50s.
What did you think, Madison?
I loved it.
It was great,
It
wasn't
was
it?
like, it surpassed my expectations because I don't really like superhero movies. That might be like an unpopular opinion. I've never really.
No, I
gotten-
get you on that.
Yeah,
I
it's,
am-
it just feels like, specifically Marvel, they just kind of regurgitate the same
Mm-hmm.
stuff over and over again. So I've always been more of a DC leaning person. And this is my first experience ever watching Superman. I never watched any of their stuff.
So
But-
much better. So much better than that sort of like guy who's so powerful. James Gunn had a great line about it, really quickly, guys, where he said, "I wanted to make sure that I created a universe where Superman didn't negate the existence of Wonder Woman, Batman, and everybody else."
Right.
Does that make sense? The idea that, that makes sense. The idea that Superman is powerful. He is the strongest person on the planet, but he can be beaten. And the other really cool thing about the movie is, too, the point of Superman has always been, who can I save? It hasn't been like the murder verse we had for a couple of movies where it's like breaking people's necks, killing people left and right. What's going on here, fellas? It was really just a big goofball piece of bubble gum. He's
Yeah.
a Boy Scout.
And I think it's really the type of movie we need to be seeing right now. It was really
And it's
refreshing.
pro-adoption. Oh my God, is it pro-adoption?
Yeah, it is.
It is really, really like pro-adoption in like the most positive way.
Yeah.
Because the Kents in that movie, Dave, are the most middle American. Look, I mean, let's face it. I
Do
mean,
they live out in the country?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
but they don't live they live in the exurbs, by the way. It's
okay.
really, really cool. They live
Yeah.
in the exurbs, and they are
So
more
there's a
like
Walmart
they're
within-
normal. Well, they're a Walmart. Yeah, well, no, they're a Walmart family, as opposed to being
Yeah.
I think that having Kevin Costner and Diane Lane as your parents is awesome. I think the whole Glenn Ford thing from the original movie
Wait,
was
Kevin Costner?
No, that was in the Zack Snyder one.
Okay, see, I'm not. Okay, you guys got to catch me up on this.
Catch up. It was Taylor Vince Pruitt, who is like the most schlubby guy of all time. Best line in the whole movie: "World is falling apart," and Martha Kent goes, "I cleaned your boots for you."
Yeah, it was so cute.
Oh, no, I don't have to go see it now.
Totally ruined. Totally ruined.
What's it like going to a theater these days? Let me back up.
Sold out at 3:45 on a Saturday.
Oh yeah, it was
afternoon.
packed.
Okay,
Same
so
thing when I
people
saw it
will
in Atlanta.
come.
Yep.
If you build it, they will come.
Yes.
Because the last time I haven't been to the theater in a long time. Cheryl and I used to live in the movies.
Yep.
When from the time I was a little boy, we dated together. We went to the movies. Her dad was in the Navy. And a lot of folks in the. He was an NCO in the Navy. He had another job. He ran the projector at the Alvin Callender Naval Air Station in Belle Chase.
Very cool.
He ran the projector for the movie theater. So we grew up with movies, and we lived in theaters. And then I guess COVID kind of broke us of a
Oh,
lot of things,
definitely.
and we just kind of haven't.
You
gone.
want to hear my COVID insight from this movie, though?
Yeah, yeah.
The kids who were working there were great. There weren't enough of them. I thought when I was in line that this was like a service problem. The kids, when I got up there to the front, those kids were terrific. I mean, this young woman, I had to get 3 popcorns because I told you our friend Michelle came to help me with Gustavo, and kids, I mean, this woman was so gracious. She was like, "Oh, baby, you got too many drinks. You got too much popcorn. Let me get your bag. Put all the popcorn in a bag for me. Got all the drinks situated. Set me up really nicely. Had somebody follow me. Into the movie theater to make sure I didn't fall down with all the stuff. Terrifimundo. Weren't enough of them, dude.
I want to take something out of that. You just said baby.
Yeah.
Okay, she called you baby.
Call me baby.
Yeah, we're in New
I was in the
Orleans.
gym. I was in the gym the
Baby.
other day, and the locker room is one of those where you walk in, you got this walkway with a wall on one side, and then the bays where the lockers are. and I was in one bay, and two guys were in the other bay. It was a black guy and a white guy. They were both older guys. And they're talking blah, 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 blah. And the white guy says to the black guy, all right, baby, well, I'll see you tomorrow. So there's a grown man calling another man baby.
Oh, yeah.
That's
New
New Orleans.
staple.
So wait, is there, and I want to ask you,
Yeah.
there was a power surge at the gym last week, and the clock went out in the big room where the pools are, and all that stuff. So I don't know what time it was, so I asked the lifeguard what time it was, and she's talking, and we're talking about this and that and the other, and blah, blah, blah. And at the end, she's very friendly. At the end of the conversation, I say, okay, well, thank you so much, sweetie. And when I said sweetie, her face just, boom,
Really?
dropped to the floor. And I thought, whoa, I just said the wrong word to this young lady.
Really?
And I almost wanted to go back and talk to her about it, because you could tell. She was offended that I called her sweetie.
That's
Now, if I called her baby, would that have made a difference? I don't know. Darling,
Yeah.
sugar. I mean, that's the vocabulary of
Right,
the
we're in
city.
the
Yeah,
South,
sweetie
yeah.
isn't part of the vernacular.
That's what I'm thinking. Sweetie is off the table
Maybe.
now, right?
That might be the line.
Do we know why sweetie's bad?
I don't know what it is. And here's the thing, is the fact that this city is 67% African American. And I don't think that sweetie is part of that vernacular.
That ain't part
Yeah.
of their vernacular.
It's gotta be
Name-
baby.
It's got to be it's
Darling.
baby.
We in New Orleans, baby.
darling.
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah, I mean, all that kind of stuff. I appreciate you.
Dave, are you aware of New Orleans bounce music?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He is. Oh, yeah. Oh,
We
yeah.
should program some of that.
Long, low rumble, by the way. Speaking of programming music, we got a whole big, giant trucking lineup coming at you. As you guys know, the format of Nemo Nation is fast and furious. We got about 10, 11 folks coming
We
your way
do.
this morning who are going to be talking about nothing but trucking from pillar to post. And then at the end, David Villarubia, who actually is the proprietor here at the Degas House, is going to be here for Bastille Day. That is not our national day of we're celebrating. We'll get to that shortly. He's going to be here on the scene, and he's going to be followed by Ramona and the Holy Smokes, who are going to join
Yeah.
us for the last half hour. It's going to be Ramona and the guitarist, by the way, and it's our first in-studio musical guest. They will not be playing music. We're not quite set up for that just yet, as I watch our friends over there still figuring out their traffic. This is why we rehearse.
She has her chair, I have mine.
Well, that's fine. You got to figure out that rehearsal process too. That's what I watched the Beatles last night, the 1964 DC concert.
Oh, yeah.
If you guys get a chance, if you ever listen to me, both of you, if you ever want to see people your age doing what they should be doing in regards to moving around microphones and all that, watch the Beatles in 1964 in DC. It's insane. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how the logistics of what they're doing they do, and actually I know how they did it. They played for 2 straight years in Hamburg, getting bottles thrown at them. That's how they kind of figured out it's crazy. We got plenty of stuff coming your way, lots of really fun stuff. Before we actually hit this break, by the way, I got to do this. This sports report is brought to you by ShadyRays.com. Cut down on the glare of the hype with Shady Rays lost and broken protection game plans. Their custom service and their knowledge, like a good major league team, is first rate. They've got your back at ShadyRays.com. Okay, so we're at the All-Star break. Yesterday was the last series of games before they get a week off of the All-Star break. Boston won 10 straight right before the break. In fact, they capped the first half of their season with 10 straight games, a 4-game sweep of the Rays, which meant, guys, that they joined the 2022 Mariners, the 1975 Big Red Machine, and Detroit's 1935 Tigers as the only teams to have a 10-game heater into the All-Star break. Speaking of All-Star breaks, Dave, I don't know if you remember this. Today is the infamous anniversary of Pete Rose barreling over his supposed friend Ray Fosse at home plate in the 12th inning for the deciding run in a 5-4 contest in the All-Star game. Fosse's incredibly promising career would end prematurely as a result of that play. This is what's crazy. Fosse had the Roses over to dinner the day before. Let me tell you something. My grandfather, both of them, who were baseball nuts, as you know, my mom's dad was connected to Major League Baseball. Hated Pete Rose, couldn't stand Pete Rose, thought he was wrong. He was what was wrong with everything with the game. Couldn't stand him, and Rose proved it again on that particular day. Finally, When we come back on the other side of this break, I've got the strangest story about a horse in Japan that celebrated its 29th birthday, guys. It lost in 113 race attempts, never won. It is now a national hero because of a video game they've created in its honor. Without further ado or don't, Marty Ellis says good morning. Marshall Platter says good morning. The Paranormal Pie Man says, ew, a Jeep, Dre. Should be a Bronco.
I didn't know where that was going.
Yeah. I don't know either. We'll take a quick break here, a little pledge, a little national anthem, a little Java with the good Pastor John, and then we'll come back to set up Breaker Back Talk coming up in just a little bit here. Madison, break me away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday. Good morning. I hope and pray all is well with you, and I hope you had an awesome weekend. I want to share something with you found in John chapter 16, verse 33. He says, I have said these things to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation. He said, but take heart. I have overcome the world. You know what he just said? He said, the reason why you're having so many struggles, the reason why I have so many struggles is because I allow myself to get so fixated and connected with the world that I forget about the fact that God has done everything that he needs to do to conquer the world. So my brothers and sisters, my plea to you today is simply this. Don't allow the world to take away your peace. God bless you.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
It's a full morning, by the way. Our good friend Tara Garris is going to join us. The Turtle, the Pterodactyl, the Touchdown is going to join us for Breaker Back Talk at 7:30 in the center of the country. Follow then in rapid succession Dean Croak, you know that guy. Ed Garston's going to be joining us after that. Then Ben Wilkins, of course, of the NFTA. Cybersecurity, as always, is on the docket. Trucking influencer Aubrey Oden is going to be lean and mean and on the scene.
And she's got a big announcement to make.
Big announcement, exciting stuff from
Yeah.
Aubrey. Michelle Malsky makes her first and long-awaited appearance on the show. She's a railroad baroness, is the best way to kind of describe her. Linda Gardner-Bunch of The Trucker is going to be here. Eugene Malero of Transport Topics. A return from our friends at NACFE. Mike McHorse, best name of all time, is going to be here, his first appearance. Howard Yaris is going to return, of course, to give us some great information, followed by David Villarubia to tell us all about the location that we are in on this Bastille Day. And we're going to wrap it all up with Ramona and the Holy Smokes, who are going to be in studio here with us this morning, all part of Nemo Nation. You can give us a call at 615-292-6366.
Yes. On Friday morning, I jumped into the show at the last minute because someone called in and was talking about, well, it was Tara, that was talking about one of the negative comments that we got about the program not being the same as it used to was, as John Parker would have said. And I don't understand. I think that you can't beat people over the head with all of the problems and the concerns and the machinations of what's going on behind the curtain in this industry, and there's no escape from it. If you work in an office someplace, 5 o'clock, you work your way to the parking lot, you get in your car and you're done, at least theoretically. In a truck, that's not the case.
You're never done.
It's not a job. It's not a profession. It's not a career. It's not only those things. It is a life and a lifestyle. I think I'm the guy who said lifestyle first. I may not be, but I can't remember back that far.
You were there when it was said.
We were there. I was there when it was said, and I understand it. And I hope that people will understand that there's more to, a meat and three. You need all three.
And the other thing is I think a lot of people forget, because many people came in and kind of started enjoying you on the Sirius XM merger. Mm-hmm. I mean, how long have they been merged? How long has that been?
Wow, that's a good question. I don't.
Is that
really,
10 years?
At least.
It's
Oh,
10 or
my
15.
goodness, at
When did
least.
you make the adjustment to talk only format? Because you were XM, right? XM was music.
We were music. Yeah,
We
we
were
were
music. How long?
license.
It's really simple. How long were you at XM?
Since 2001?
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
But how long
Oh.
were you there?
I don't remember.
Okay, so what I'm getting at,
Can I say this, though? Because I know Madison's kind of thinking over there. All the young folks are saying, man, those old people, they don't remember nothing. No, if I was 30 years old, I would tell you the same thing. I just have no...
you were like this when I first met you.
Yeah.
And that was a good decade ago.
No,
it
right?
was a decade
Yeah,
ago.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not being a jerk here.
I just have no
When I
sense
start
of
losing
time.
my memory, that's a problem.
Yeah.
I'm not being a jerk here today. That's it. Some people just don't have that recall. That's
I've
fine.
never had it.
Dave, my memory is just as bad as yours, but I blame that on ADHD.
What?
I said my memory's just as
Huh?
bad as his. Oh, yep.
Squirrel?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
By the way, there's two ways that manifest. Either you have no memory or you have an absolutely ferocious crackerjack
Yep.
one. That's the other thing is, too. Either you are completely aware of everything and retain everything and it overwhelms you, or you're just like, I'm not dealing with it, and it all just goes out your head.
Mm-hmm.
There it is right
All
there.
right, I'm going to wrap this up because
Wrap it up.
I jumped us right off a cliff here. Okay, here's the thing. Here's what happened. We start on Sirius XM. We start on XM, coming off of AM. We let all of our AM radio contracts expire. So now we're on live in the morning. We used to tape the show at midnight and then run it in the morning in this time slot on XM. When the contracts were done, we went live. Okay. The first show I just did the Road Gang. And I realized after the show, oh, this is the wrong time of day for that kind of program. Mm-hmm. We need to adjust. Then I realized, wait a minute, there's a lot of stuff going on out there that we're not paying attention to, that we need to serve our listeners with information. So we went from lifestyle to hardcore business, trucking business kind of stuff, And we left the lifestyle part, we went full bore. Then we pulled back. And now I think, finally, because we're on this continent of platforms where everybody can pick how they want to listen, when they want to listen, and where they want to listen, when they want to listen, that we combine it all together now and put it the living and that's exactly what you and Lindsay are doing Tuesday through Friday.
Well, and the other thing is, too, I'm gonna actually go. I'm not. This isn't a shot at Sirius XM. I'm not taking a shot here. And we can get to the phone call during Breaker Back Talk. Who is it, by the way?
You already know.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
We'll get to your phone calls here, but this is important worth talking about because, people always say, you don't talk about Sirius XM, you don't talk about Sirius XM, and we tend not to do that because we've got so much else to talk about. I mean, when I tell you the amount of content that Dave and I and Lindsay and I leave on the table that we never get to, we had to actually tell Lindsay to take a breath. Remember that? It's like, dude, you don't have to go through all the country and western music news. You don't have to. It is what it is. When it bees where it bees, and it
Well,
does what
that's
it does.
what we tell every guest we have on. Listen, I'd rather dig into 2 or 3 points than skim the surface of the dozen things that are on this piece of paper.
But what is really funny was, and like I said, I'm not taking a shot at XM, but I was just having a grand old time listening to a couple of the new people be like, yeah, we're going to get some music going on around here again. It's like, if they wouldn't give it to Dave, what makes you think they're going to give it to them? The strategy was to get you talking so that people would actually get the subscriptions for you and then would then fill up the rest of their channels.
Yeah.
They used you guys. Straight up, they used you. And that's okay. It's a business model. I mean, they didn't want to play music for you and you alone. They wanted you to get you on these platforms, to give you all the trucking news and information. They didn't want any music on their platform. And the reason why the people that made that decision made it was because you guys, if we gave you music too on that old platform, you'd never leave the channel. It would have become the greatest revenue generator on the platform after Stern. It's pretty close anyway. But it would have had massive listenership. So you got done wrong, dude. That merger done you wrong. I thought you made an amazing adjustment.
There is another announcement to be made, though, that I won't make at the moment about music.
Oh, my God. It's
Yeah.
so cool. But like I said, it's always amazing when I read some people's comments, some of the negative ones. And look, it's really funny because I get
Listen,
some...
I have negative comments
I
about
could
what we
care
do.
less.
You have negative
I
comments.
could care less. And I don't mean that, of course, I want your input. I want your input. But what I don't want is I don't want misinformation.
Yeah.
And that's a big thing here,
Oh,
too.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
the
yeah.
misinformation, I read stuff and I go, yeah, none of that's true except for the fact that I love Claire. I've read stuff and been like, yeah, none of that's true. Not like debatable. Well, that's your opinion, man. No, that's just simply not true. And the majority of your career was spent playing music. And spent having a really good time. And every once in a while dropping in a truth bomb about what's going on in the industry.
Yeah.
And letting people call in and do that. We got to take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side with our good friend Touchdown Tara and some phone calls as well. It's Breaker Talkback and a big old trucking lineup for 3 hours coming at you. Look at that, a little jazz music here down at the historic Fastport studios at the Degas House in the city of New Orleans. We'll be right back.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, Catskills, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
This is Nemo Nation, and you're riding shotgun once again with Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack, live from New Orleans.
Could you hear her, Dre?
Yeah, she could. I mean, I could. Yeah. It
Okay.
It's your headset.
We're just figuring stuff out around here. We're one step ahead of the sheriff.
No
One toke over the line, sweet Jesus. I used to think the Grateful Dead sang that song, and then I realized they didn't.
Oh, yeah.
I used to think and then I realized I would confuse it with trucking. You know, I mean, those are two kind of standard operational procedure songs that you might hear on the old Road Gang, correct?
Yes.
And you're a terrible interview. You know that?
I know,
yes,
right?
of course.
I'm reading
Okay.
Steve's.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's why
I know, you told me not to do
I said,
that.
don't
Yeah.
do that. I said, that's why
Yeah.
they have TJ on the Rich Eisen show. Let him read the comments to you,
Well,
by the way.
read Steve's comment there.
Trucking is a lifestyle just like the armed forces. And by the way, you can always just go, before I answer that question, Jimmy Mack, let me read Steve's comment. You could have done that too. Trucking is a lifestyle just like the armed forces. Terry says, love you all, RadioNemo. Hello from Cabot, Arkansas. And then Steve, of course, says, you can't make everyone happy, nor do we ever try. I mean that, deadly serious. That's called pandering, by the way.
Yeah.
And that, by the way, that developed. There are two ways you can pander. You can pander by figuring out there's one audience you want to keep particularly fired up. You cultivate them, but then you are literally a prisoner to them. The other way is to try to make everybody happy, and when you do that, you get mush. You get this kind of bland, sort of gruel radio. We're not going for that. You know who is anything but bland?
Yes.
Who?
Tara.
Turtle is here. Turtle is here. Hey, Turtle, welcome to the show. What's going on?
Guys, thank you for calling me not bland. That's such a compliment. Thank you.
The not bland turtle. You know?
Yes.
The not bland turtle.
The not bland turtle. We're going to take a phone call here in just a few moments, Turtle, but we thought we'd let you unpack some stuff and let us know what's going on in the world of breaker back talk.
Of course. First, Dave, I wanted to pull a couple comments from your lineup reel. I loved it, bringing the guitar in there. First comment comes in from Mitch, and it says, beautiful guitar you have there. Great group of guests coming up this week. I agree so much. I'm so excited for this week's lineup of guests. And Joe J commented, you guys topped 1K on the Tube of You. And I know you guys already mentioned it, but that we did. You guys are the trailblazers, literally, of this new platform. You guys have laid the foundation. You've helped us. Marty Mangiello, though, took us home. He drove subscriptions like a maniac on LinkedIn and tons of other places. So big shout out to Marty. Thank you. And that interview, Jimmy, was just amazing. The song he wrote for you, take it home. Ridiculous. And it's on our YouTube channel right now if you want to listen to it, the full interview. But Jimmy, tell us just a touch about that really quickly.
About the song?
Yes.
Okay, well, how about
how insane that
How
was.
about I tell you this instead? I'm not being a jerk here, by the way. Brisket, Jimmy Mac and Cheese, which I am told Chef Marty will actually be preparing at the party, is celebrated on this day as a subset of one of America, and America Vespucci's great comfort food. Today is National Macaroni and Cheese Day. I kid you not. It's not to be confused with National Marconi and Cheese Day, which is a celebration of being a turd burglar on the radio. Kraft has been dishing that out since 1937, but mac and cheese has been around since the Renaissance, was brought to the United States by Thomas Jefferson, by the way. The first time mac and cheese, I kid you not, shows up in a cookbook is in an English cookbook in 1300 called Form of Curry. And 1824 is the first time it shows up in a cookbook in the United States called The Virginia Housewife. And in 1993, Crayola comes up with a mac and cheese color. It's actually a color in the Crayola box. I was very flattered. It was very funny, and it was really, really sweet and savory. It was great. It was great. There's a lot of chili restaurants in America. One of the most famous ones in Washington, D.C., which you have been to, Tara. I would love to know on our comments if anybody knows of a mac and cheese restaurant, because that would make a lot of sense too. There's all kinds of different ways some people do it with red gravy, some people do it with brown gravy, some people often put ground beef on top of it. There's a lot of different versions of mac and cheese, and it would seem to me to be would be a great restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Mac and cheese served the way you like it. And then, they have a staple mac and cheese dish, and then everything else is about the toppings you put on your mac and cheese. It was great. It was really fun. A little brisket on top of some mac and cheese. Sounds like a really terrific way to spend a Saturday
They should
afternoon.
really have a Chipotle version, but like a mac and cheese where you can just like load it up with whatever, top it with whatever. That is like right up my alley.
That would be kind of perfect, wouldn't it? Like I said, it's just like America, and then Amerigo Vespucci, because of course it all comes from Italy. I mean, that's the deal. It's the real deal. And it was really sweet of him to do that. I do want to give 2 other shout outs, by the way. Actually, a couple of shout outs. Our friend Chowder, our friend Trucker Bosun,
Yes.
a number of our other friends. And if I'm forgetting people, please forgive me, guys. I did notice a lot of them posted towards the end, really pushing people to become part of that first 1,000, and
Yes.
deeply indebted to them. They kind of set up, it's almost like they were like the point guard for Marty. They kind of set him up to kind of score. It was
Keyed
kind
him up and he went for it.
He keyed him up and he went for it. Absolutely. Go on.
Okay, I've been doing a bit of like a nostalgic deep dive lately, and it started when I rewatched the 2024 interview from Ashley Blackford from Landline with you, Dave, and the comments on that interview were incredible, and I just want to share a couple of them. Okay.
Oh, thank
So
you.
first up, Rod Knopfsinger. It says, Dave Nemo has done more for truckers than most people know. For decades, he has been a true advocate for men and women who make their livings behind the wheel. His influence has gone far beyond the trucking world. He has educated multitudes of folks in government and business on the realities and importance of truckers. God bless you, Dave Nemo. I thought that was
That
such
is
a nice comment.
that. Wow, that is so beautiful. Thank you, Rod. I mean, that is so nice.
And Rod Knopfsinger is a great American.
Oh, yeah.
Straight up great American.
is.
You know, his son graduated from Annapolis. Mm-hmm. His son that went to Annapolis. Just great folks over there. Great folks. We do have a phone call we're going to take here really quickly. Get somebody in on Breaker Back Talk.
Please.
Who do we got coming in?
Chowder!
Chowder is here. Good morning, Chowder.
Morning, Turtle.
morning.
Madison with a T. How's that kayaking going? That looked pretty good. I think I need to go. You know,
Oh, my
just a
gosh.
little. Oh, morning, Dave. Morning, Jimmy.
Thanks, Chowder.
Hey,
Yeah, there we go.
just a little backwoods hick knowledge from the Chowder of the North Woods. You know those lily pads that are floating around in your nice pond that should have bass in there with a spinner rod while you're in that kayak? If you pull those lily pad stems early spring just before they bloom out, and you dry them in a jar, a mason jar, and I'm sure being in the South you're well familiar with the uses of mason jars, but we need to use it without liquid in it. You put them stems in there and let them dry out, the young ones. If you get those cold sore, canker sores, or whatever inside your mouth, if you light it and smoke on it a little bit, like you're smoking a good old cigarette, and hold the smoke in and then puff it out, those will actually help cure sores inside your mouth. Just little GQ knowledge I'll drop there.
Well, I've never smoked anything before, so I think my first smoke will be a lily pad. I think it will be that.
Not the pad, just the stem that
Just
comes
the
up, not the
stem.
roots, the stem. Yep, but you want
Oh,
the
my
younger,
goodness.
smaller ones. Yep. My grandmother, who is 100% deceased, but when she was with us, she's 100% Penobscot Indian, and that's what she taught us, and it works. But back to what I really called about. I'm glad it's National Nude Day because that will save me a lot of time in removing garments at some of these shippers I've been at today with their attitudes. But I guess that's what happens when you're in a city that's never won anything. And just saying. But you know, Jeep. I put it on the comments, but you know what Jeep stands for, right?
I'm reading it. Go ahead.
Just empty every pocket.
As you pull
Yeah,
your
and
boat,
Ford-
which stands for break out another 1,000.
That's right, and that is true. And Fords, they're great to drive if you consider behind a tow truck. But one last thing before I rile up everybody in the world, which I'm good at. Jimmy Mack, this is a philosophical question for you, but isn't chili inside of mac and cheese just really called goulash?
That's just people making stuff up. You know, they're just not satisfied with putting chili on top of mac and cheese. Can't just say a chili mac. Chili mac.
Okay, well, you know, I think you're biased because half your name is referenced in such a meal, but okay, I'll go with
Oh
that.
no, I'm totally biased. That's not. I'm not
good.
partially, but
Well-
I'm completely there, dude. I'm a complete home runner.
Look, we have a comment from Joe J who says, I love mac and cheese out in California. Never been there,
I do
but
too.
I've seen them on social media.
I like my macaroni and cheese. I'm biased because we haul for Philly Mac out of North Dakota, so I like getting their damaged box of noodles. And then when I get home, I take white cheddar cheese and melt it down with a little butter in the pan to get my own sauce made, and then cook it right fresh from scratch. And then I can put some spicy sausage or hamburger in it. I like it better with deer meat, but I'm all for adding stuff to my mac and cheese. And with that, I think I've disgruntled enough people. Everybody have a good day. Remember, hit the thumbs up, send your friends to the Nemo Network, and let's get this baby moving. 1,015 by the end of the day.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, man.
By the way, Damaged Box of Noodles is a nickname for my middle brother. Just wanted to point that out there.
That's a great.
That's a great nigga. That's a great insult. Like, what is that guy like? He's a damaged box of noodles. That's what I'm talking about.
Tara, Joe J said he found a mac and cheese cookbook at a thrift store that was written by a restaurant, but he says he doesn't remember the name, but he said there was a lot of good recipes in that. I'll try to search that out.
Yes, Tara, comment on that at length. I don't know what the heck that means, but we'll go with that.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Chad is always in here stirring the chili pot, and we never know what to do with it, but we love it so much.
Chili.
Thanks for the call.
Go on, please. Go on. What you got?
So from the Landline interview, Trucking Vet Media commented, Dave Nemo is a legend. I used to listen to him back before I started trucking overnight on the AM radio. And then this one just warmed my heart. Someone commented, Nemo, if you ever read this, you've been a friend of America's truckers for years. I'll never forget stopping at WLAC in Nashville late one night with my late father, and Dave let us sit in on his show. He's a class act.
Oh, those were great days because when we moved to Nashville, we moved into the studios of WLAC Radio, and and it was at exit 209B, 209 Bravo. Right downtown. We were on the south side of I-40. North side would have been downtown. And you could get off 209B in either direction, east or west, come right up to Mumbrian Street, circle right into the radio station parking lot, park, come in the building, get back in your truck, pull straight out, circle back, go right back on the interstate in either direction. It was easier. We should have put fuel pumps out there. It was easier than most truck stops getting into and out of. And so we had a constant supply, I won't say a constant stream of donuts.
Across the street, man. Every
Crispy
morning I have it. By the way, it
cream,
really is affecting my caloric intake. That thing's got about 500 calories in it. Oh my God, sweet mother of pearl. That sprinkled donut tray. And when you get it at 5 o'clock, when they actually are bringing it out and they put it into the rack, oh my God. Oh. Go on.
Yeah. So anyway, we had a
Real
lot
quick,
of guys come in.
Yeah. That I love your donut story when you asked for them to bring you something and then it was just an insane amount.
And I only said it once. One night I said, "Hey, you bring the donuts, we got the coffee," and it was just something to say. I didn't really think somebody was going to bring donuts until they started bringing donuts, and holy cow, I think I put on 30 pounds, and I'm not kidding, put on some weight. Because it was so easy to come in, and the donut shop was right down the street.
Oh, it's painful here, man. I had to put the brakes on it, dude. We brought in donuts that first day, and then I literally turned around, and the donut box was gone. And I'm like, yeah, we're going to stop this right now. We're going to put an end to this. By the way, I'm glad to see you change the question, mac and cheese, elbows, or shells. At first it was yes or no, and I'm like, yes, of course.
Yes or no? Yes for both.
Yes for both. Yeah.
Yes, there's a poll in the chat right now. Mac and cheese, elbows or shells? I have to know because it doesn't make a lot of taste difference, any at all. But the texture difference, I need to know, guys. Oh, it's getting a little hinky in there.
Yeah, it's quite interesting stuff is going on over there. By the way, Steve also said, "Darn, y'all are making me hungry." That's our job, Steve. That's our job. We have donuts here. We don't have donuts. We always try to kind of make sure we have healthy food over here because if we didn't. Oh, by the way, If you ever get a chance, Dave, you should try that protein cereal we got. It tastes just like a Saturday morning cereal, but you got to put milk in it. You can't snack on it because it's dense. But it's good stuff, by the way. It's crazy. Go on. Sorry, I got completely lost in that.
No, we're in the weeds and mac and cheese world, and I love it. Drop your vote in the chat if it is safe for you to do so. But we're going to move on further back in time to that 1989 air check. And I know I keep coming back to this, guys, but the stories and the memories that these comments bring back from the past, a blast from the past with Dave, I love hearing them from your point of view from the comment section. So one I found says, I wish I could find some tapes of the Road Gang show from WWL. I rode many a night listening to Dave, Big John, and Charlie Douglas. That's when trucking was fun. And I think it's still fun, but it definitely was really fun back then.
Hindsight is always 20/20, right? I mean, back in those days, you know what the guys were saying? Man, I wish it was back the way it was in the 60s. It was so much fun back then.
How was your seat, by the way? How was the seat you sat in the 60s? And by the way, it was really fun because, man, when you've taken a fistful of beanies, hey, yeah, it's a lot of fun back then.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, by the way, y'all want to hear the mac and cheese joke of the day?
Yes.
Here we go. What did the macaroni say to the cheese when they first met?
What did the macaroni say to the cheese when they first met?
Pasta la vista, baby. Wow. Pasta la vista.
Man, that's what I would have
I'm
said.
having imposter syndrome.
It's impossible to get ahead of you guys.
Oh, my God. Go on.
Right. This one, okay, I went on Reddit, okay, and I found a thread alongside of it.
How do you get on Reddit? They always tell me that it's unavailable. That's weird.
No, you've been banned.
I found a video of WWL on the radio, like someone's literal radio, and someone said, I once listened to WWL for a few hours while I was in Puerto Rico. I called in and spoke with Dave Nemo, the nighttime DJ, and gave him a reception report, and he gave me a shout-out on the radio. That was way back in 1985. There's quite a few Reddit threads.
You know what?
No, look. Rabbit holes for.
You get that. Oh, I remember that. I'm going to tell you this right now. I think I do, because that's pretty. That was the one and only call we'd have ever gotten from Puerto Rico. I think I remember that call. Not the details, but I remember getting a call from Puerto Rico. Got a little tape from a town 60 miles south of Stockholm, Sweden. I talked about that a few weeks ago, so we won't go into there. But yeah, those long-distance AM skip waves. Actually, wasn't a skip to get to Puerto Rico, though. That's where the signal was going. Yeah.
But that naturally sent me down a Reddit rabbit hole, literally. And I came across a thread where someone asked, and this is what I mean by I'm getting into the weeds here because this is not particular, this isn't really aimed at us. I'm getting into a different hemisphere right now. But the Reddit thread was just saying, what do you think about cell phones today? And a trucker responded and said, I'm 52, I've been trucking since I was 15. Back before cell phones, there'd be 10 plus payphones at truck stops. And the only way family or dispatch knew was when you called. And they said if there was an emergency, they tried calling the trucking radio shows, of course, Dale Summers, Bill Mack, you, of course, Dave, and they would use our CB handle to reach us. Others would call out on the CB and start a chain until the message got through, and that's how some drivers found out that their wives have given birth. I know you've said that a few times to me, and that is just insane. He says now you just call them, or they track you on Life 360, and they tell you your truck's extended warranty's expired. So, comment. I loved that one so much. But while I was on Reddit, I just was like, okay, I have to search Dave Nemo, of course. Let's see what we can get to. And someone was on Reddit trying to rehome two goldfish, one named Dave and one named Nemo. I don't know if it was a reference to you or the Fish animated movie, but it made me laugh. And who is rehoming their goldfish on Reddit? Actually. Isn't that more of a Craigslist thing?
Well, here's the deal, though. It's interesting because anybody can tell you get a big enough tank and you feed goldfish properly, dude. They ain't. Everybody thinks, oh, it's goldfish. They're really small. They're really
Cute
tiny.
Little pets.
Oh no, they can get.
I think goldfish are a carp.
Yeah, I mean they can,
family.
and they can get
Yeah.
big, dude.
Yeah.
They can get big. By the way, Tara,
I'm going to screenshot that and put it on our story because it's literally a picture of two goldfish and it says, hey, this is Dave and this is Nemo and I need a new home for them. I'm going to put it on our Facebook page.
there is a movie, Tara. You don't have to watch the whole thing. I'm not insisting on it. But
Thanks.
if you ever want to see what those old truck stops actually look like, it isn't the trucking movies don't do a good job with it. It's actually a film from 1974 called Thunderbolt and Lightfoot, where Clint Eastwood walks into a truck stop,
Bar.
and they have those booths up. They have that all of those self payphones, and they have them in
Wow.
like across the wall, and it's old time. I mean, it's obvious they shot on location. They didn't build nothing. They shot it there, and it is a great look at an old time truck stop. I have memories of that, by the way. I remember that like traveling to Texas in the 70s and seeing those things set up that way. Really interesting stuff. Oh, by the way, Trucker Bosun says, good morning, Nemo Nation. We say good morning back to you. Joe J and Bruce Almighty say elbows, elbows. I said shells, by the way. I said shells.
Elbows won 64% versus 36% on Shell. So I'm ending the poll now. Thank you for voting. Elbows gets the win today. But have you guys heard of Expeditors Online? Say it in the chat. Have you heard of this? Guys, have you heard of this?
Sure, the late Lawrence McCord, On Time Media. Rob Williams worked with Lawrence and On Time Media, Expediter Expo, Expeditors Online for many years. So go ahead, but yes, I certainly remember. Of course.
Awesome. Paranormal Pie-Man, time to roll. Stay safe, folks. Thank you, Paranormal Pie-Man. Thank you. Drop in if you can later on today. Thanks for dropping in. But I stumbled across a 2006 forum on Expeditors Online, like people posting comments for 2006. I'm like, that's insane. Okay. But Gary Kidder encouraged folks to call into the show, and it was XM Open Road Channel 171.
171.
And he said, request the title Grandpa Don't Drive Big Trucks Anymore. He said he's a songwriter. Do you remember this? You have so many memories, but do you remember this happening, or did any requests come in for that song?
Listen, in all honesty, no. I don't remember
That's what I mean.
that.
There's so many
Yeah.
songs, so many callers,
Yeah.
so many things. I knew maybe not, but there was a couple people that said that they remembered it in that thread. So, I mean, back in 2006, I was 6 years old, which is literally insane. But then I went down another Reddit. I was on a Reddit rabbit hole. I'm so sorry, guys.
By the way, Tara, can you hold for 1 second? Only because I just want to say good morning. We got Dean to join us early. I wanted him to be a part of this conversation. Dean Croak is lean and mean and on the scene. The owner of the Grumpy Pete Peterbilt is here. Hey, Dean, good morning. Tell Turtle good morning.
Good morning, Dean.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Dean.
Hey, Dave. Jimmy Mack, I've been listening all morning. Great show.
Oh,
Thank you very much. We all get to comment on this nonsense. So Tara, as we always say, go on.
Go on. So this actually is a perfect time because when Dean was in New Orleans, you guys went to Rampart Street and went and saw these things. This next comment was on a deep Reddit find, and it says the Road Gang Studios sounded even cooler than I imagined when I was a kid, hearing Charlie Douglas or Dave Nemo say, with studios located in the historic French Quarter. This is 870 WWL, New Orleans. At the tone, 1 a.m. Central, King Edward cigar time. Does that ring a bell to you, Dave?
Oh,
Playing classic country songs for truck drivers on a 50,000-watt station from the attic of a house in the French Quarter. My ultimate radio geek fantasy is what they said.
Well, it was true, yeah. And Dean and I went over to, in fact, there's a video that Dean did of
Yes.
Dean and I in front of the old 1024 North Rampart Street location. Yeah.
Dave, do you have access, by the way, to the Google Meet video on your computer? Do you? Yes or no?
I don't-
Simple
I
question.
don't
Simple
know.
question. Simple question.
I guess I
Did you
must.
kill her? Did you kill her? No, because Dean's over there with me right now. I'm just looking at him right now as we speak.
Oh, are you looking at him? I don't know.
Yeah,
about
Tara,
it.
you can jump on here too, man. We can keep this fun rolling along. Hey, Dean, how you doing, man? Where are you at right now? You got a big road image behind you.
Yeah, that's Route 66. That's my standard image on the back wall of my office here in Boston. So,
Oh, wow.
if I move to the right a bit, you can see the highway. I just love this shot. It's one of those timeless shots. So, yeah, I'm in Boston getting ready for the Gear Jammer show up in New Hampshire this weekend. One of the biggest truck shows on the East Coast.
It's so cool, by the way. I get to see Dean Croak, and of course, the sun is coming up over the horizon, and on his image he's got up there. And maybe we'll get Dave to jump in. But once again, as we always say on Breaker Back Talk, Tara, go on.
Well, I had so much fun on our 4th of July edition of Breaker Back Talk, and I want to do it again, the this or that. We're going to call it Turtles This or That. I love a little alliteration, and we're going to do this one with trucking, music, and radio, kind of a different little addition here. Some of these comments or some of these this or that's are going to be a little more geared towards you guys and some more towards our listeners. So, guys, if it's safe for you to do so, comment your this or that answers in the comment section. So, are you guys ready?
Yes.
Go on.
Here we go. Okay, CB radio or satellite radio? What are we feeling more?
Dean,
Drop
you
it,
go
drop
first.
it. Yes, Dean being here is so fun.
CB or satellite, Dean?
CB.
CB. Drop it in the comments, guys. CB or satellite radio. Okay, we're going to move forward.
Dave says satellite because
Dave
CB
says satellite.
almost killed the road gang in the 70s.
But it didn't.
Oh.
It did not.
You improvised, you adapted, you overcame.
Yeah.
So you actually folded that
Yeah.
Shasta in there, though.
Yeah.
I'd say CB because I'm in a very Star Wars sort of mood, and CB's always struck me as part of Star Wars. So that's just kind of my feeling on it.
Yeah.
Go on,
The
T.
I
transponder.
love it. Okay, are we going to be playing classic country or 90s country? I know you guys aren't super into country, but if you
We
were,
are going to
classic
do
or
what
90s?
Lindsay Lawler does. Play it all.
Play it all. Both
Yes.
kinds,
Play it
all
all.
kinds. Both kinds, all kinds. Classic.
I see
classic,
Dean.
Classic or 90s? Yeah, I mean, just you
see Dean?
you go to the calendar, Dave, and you click on it, and you get in. It's really great how it happened.
Yeah.
A big thanks to Dre for making that happen. Dean, classic or 90s?
I think classic.
Yes.
Oh, classic for
Classic.
sure.
That's an
Yeah.
Love it.
That's an easy call for me. That's a classic call for me. I love all that stuff. I post videos about that kind of stuff all the time. When you get those 60s and 70s and 50s stuff, if I can find videos on that stuff,
Ramona and the Holy Smokes, though, are taking us back to the 50s.
they're taking us back to
Yeah.
the very, very 50s country and western. They get here at 10:30 in the center, 11:30 in the east. Go on.
Okay, so guys, we're live right now, but what do you prefer typically? A live broadcast or a podcast replay where you can, pause, stop? We're offering both. We're offering all kinds, both kinds and all kinds. But what do you particularly enjoy, live or podcast replay?
I'm a podcast replay kind of guy. I'm a podcast
am
replay.
too.
I'm not a call-in guy though. I'm not a call-in guy. I'm not a chat room kind of guy. But I totally understand the attraction. I think it's amazing.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of down with that. What about you, Dean?
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm with you. I rarely get time in my busy day to watch a lot of things live, so I'm always trying to go back in time and stay up to date as much as I can.
You know what? I find the replays very useful because when Jimmy was out at the ACT Expo in California, Wade Seaberg from Dragonfly was on with him.
Mm-hmm.
Wayne was on with us last week, and then before a few days before that, I rewatched that and took some notes. So I think the replay as a backup is really valuable. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dean.
And plus for truckers, I think I listen to a lot when I'm driving. Plus, when I'm exercising on my bike, I can always fit in 45, 50 minutes of content. But I think driving is probably the most valuable time with iPhones and connectivity. You can, through CarPlay, you can just stream a lot of this content through your speakers in the truck or car these days, which I find just invaluable because it's kind of time that you should be using to be productive as opposed to just sort of mindlessly thinking about stuff, which is it's also good to do that. Don't get me wrong; it's good to do that from time to time.
We got to wrap this up here, Tara. And Joe J said they're starting to play 90s country on classic stations. Laugh out loud. That's what always makes me funny when people say to me, "Oh, it's classic radio," and I'm like going, "Dude, that's Pearl Jam." Oh wait, dude, that's Garth Brooks. What are you talking about? That's not classic country.
Song suggestion for everyone today. Go find it someplace. There Stands the Glass. Webb Pierce.
There stands the glass Webb Pierce, and there stands the turtle, who has another breaker back talk. I'm sure we left a ton of stuff on the table. We love you, my sister. It's great to have you. Go have a rest of your wonderful day, and keep us on the damn air with Phone Master Dre and our good friend Nick DeMeo.
Thank you so much, guys. Shout out to Marty in the comments.
Oh, I know. I like the spring pasta because it gets so much cheese all over it, by the way. We'll be back on the other side of this. 15L says satellite. We'll be right back. It is Nemo Nation here on RadioNemo.com and all points in between. Our good friend Dean Croak has got the sun rising behind him in Boston. Not really, but it's a great picture. We'll be right back.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
And we are back on Nemo Nation, broadcasting live from RadioNemo.com, iHeartRadio, and YouTube. The mics are hot, Dave!
Oh, man.
Smoking hot.
Smoking hot, by the way. These birthday reports are brought to you by our friends at truckdown.com. Since 1997, they've been hooking up maintenance providers with over-the-road trucking companies. 50 states, 8 of the 10 provinces. Truck up, and get down. Go to truckdown.com. It's a tough guy birthday, guys. This is really funny. So Conor McGregor was born in 88. Tough guy Gerald Ford, and he was a tough guy, was born in 1913. Woody Guthrie, by the way, was born in 1912. Jackie Earl Haley, who many of you guys know as Kelly Leak from the Bad News Bears, was born in 61. Tough guy who should have played a truck driver at some point. I think he did. Harry Dean Stanton was born in 1926. A member of the fearsome foursome, Rosie Greer, and former bodyguard to RFK, was born in 1932. Maniac Sid Haig of Rob Zombie fame was born in 1939. Roger Clark, the actor, was born in 1978. John Chapman, Medal of Honor recipient, was born in 1965. Vincent Pastore, one of the Soprano gang members. You know who Vincent Pastore played. We can't say it on the air. And Darrell Revis, football player, was born in 85. By the way, Roger Clark, if you don't know, is an Irish actor, but he actually is the voice of the main character in Red Dead Redemption. And then finally, honorary tough guy Jane Lynch was born on this day in 1960. Welcome back to Nemo Nation. Good morning, Dave. You know what? We introduced him already, but would you care to do the introduction of the next guy who is already here? Focus in.
Yes, indeed. He's already here in focus on audio and video. And, of course, Dean Croak is coming on board with us here. Dean is the chief analyst at DAT. He is that guy. And, of course, the owner and driver of the Grumpy Pete, which truck enthusiasts know and love around the world.
And the dude's got 2.5 million miles on the road under his belt as well.
But he'll get there.
And he's the crown prince of the he's the crown prince of the kingdom of sleep. He's arrived. By the way, Earl and Joan Noble have arrived. They say good morning to everybody in the family. Hey, Dean, I wanted to get you in for some of the fun and games with Tara. What's going on in your neck of the woods? What are you looking forward to this week? What are you keeping an eye on, my brother?
Yeah, I was just looking this morning, Mine Expo coming up in Las Vegas. I think it's every few years. It's one of the biggest mining expositions they have in the world. It's in Las Vegas coming up soon. I want to get out there and spend a week and just get some content, have a look at all the big trucks, bringing in all the haul trucks and excavators. So that's sort of on my radar this week because that takes a lot of planning. But this week is Gear Jammer week. It's the big truck show in New England at the New England Dragway. They'll have 700 trucks this year. the fundraising efforts for the Doug Flutie Foundation. We're looking for raising about $125,000 this year for the Doug Flutie Junior Foundation. We started out about 8 or 9 years ago, Jimmy Mack and Dave, at the Hudson Elks in Boston, the truck show, and we raised $14,000 for the cause. We're going to hit $125,000 this year. Just an amazing event, and a lot of the truckers from New England go, but you'll find truckers from all over the country who happen to be here unloading and loading this week will make the effort to be there. There's some pretty big names that'll be here. I'll be able to bring all that content to everybody over the course of the weekend. Cam will be there also.
Tell our listeners, by the way, about the Flutie Foundation, what they're kind of focused on and what they're dedicated towards kind of making happen.
Yeah, Doug Flutie, of course, as you know, was a famous footballer. I think he was famous for the Hail Mary.
Oh, the 1985 bombs away against Miami when he played for Boston College, and it's just it's one of the great stories of all time. And he's a guy that had he existed in the NFL now as opposed to then, it absolutely would have. He'd have been a star, and his height worked against him. By the way, his height worked against him terribly. How you doing there, Dave? You itching up? You itching up a storm? Huh? But what is the foundation focused on, by the way?
It's primarily focused on raising awareness for the autism community, and that's been the primary focus. Doug Flutie Jr. is part of that foundation. He's a famous person here in New England. Like, he's quite a legend in New England. And we've been raising money for that foundation for a long time. You'll see trucks turn up, and you see them around truck shows, but they are painted in the blue with the jigsaw puzzle type combination all over the trucks. But there will be probably half a dozen trucks there that are painted with the autism awareness message. So it's a great cause. It affects a lot of people in the country. And of course, there's a lot of things that truckers support. This is one of the big ones. Cystic fibrosis is another. But I think what's always at the heart of it is the generosity of truckers that work all week. They'll work 12-hour days. They'll work all week. They'll be buffing, shining, polishing, waxing, and then they'll turn up there on Friday and Saturday and Sunday morning and donate their time to raise money for this cause. And, of course, to show off their trucks, because that's an extension of their self-image. So that's the best part of it, is seeing the softer side of truck drivers, because we all present a fairly hard image to everybody outside.
Yeah, and I asked you to mention the Flutie Foundation in more detail because, as you well know, and Dave knows it too, my younger brother, his son Henry, is severely on the spectrum. By the way, he's a handful, and he's a wonderful, beautiful kid, but he's a handful, and he got a chance to swim with his grandpa last week. Everybody saw those pictures as well. It's interesting, too, because I'll tell you about Henry, guys, really quickly. It turns out that there was finally something along with swimming that he took to. It turns out that ski slopes calm him down. He loves skiing, and it's always, you never know what is going to reach these children, what is going to reach these young people. There's always something that kind of ignites their imagination and brings them back into the frequency with everybody else, and it's just kind of beautiful to see, but a lot of people, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work for those parents, and don't let Hollywood fool you about what it is. It is rough going for a lot of very loving people, isn't it?
Yeah. I have a lot of the kids come up to the truck, and they go up to a lot of folks' trucks, right? And I've taken kids for a ride in the truck that are on the spectrum. One thing I've learned is they don't react to noise very well. So if you got a very loud engine brake and 8-inch straight through pipes like I've got on my truck, that can be extremely stressful. And I learned that the hard way. I thought it'd be cool, and of course it was anything but cool, but they love the experience of being in this big truck. For some people, it's just a wonderful experience.
I was also going to ask you to kind of pivot here, because we'll get in more detail as you come on a regular basis, but what are you looking forward to, or what are you looking at closely in regards to your job as an analyst?
Yeah, I talked about with Dave over this at the weekend, sort of electronically. There were some really bad takes last week by some fairly big names in the media. Social media in particular is just way off mark with how good the trucking industry is. And I really wanted to just sort of level set everybody, because I think some people got caught up in the euphoria of the July 4 increase in spot rates, which happens every year. So, every year they go up to 7.5 and then they kind of get this slide south, and we're seeing it already. So I think 1 week doesn't make a trend. And I think that's what some people might have got caught up in the July 4 week, was this rapid rise in spot rates in the order of 10 to 12 cents a mile, but they're already starting to slide south. And they do every single year right on cue. They've done it for the last decade. And spot rates will drop somewhere between 9 to 10 cents a mile by Labor Day. You can take that to the bank. Nothing is really going to change that, especially in this environment where we've got very uncertain demand with the ongoing trade war. Shippers are kind of frozen. New orders are going down. We're not seeing a lot of increased demand. So I just wanted to level set everybody. Don't get caught up in some of the really bad takes that are out there that are saying the truck market has flipped and it's going to turn. And suddenly, because we're now enforcing English language proficiency, things are going to change. No, they won't. That will make zero difference to spot rates because we've got excess capacity in the market. But more so, what's affecting it is not capacity. That won't change the direction of the market. It's demand. It's what puts freight on the back of our trucks that's absolutely critical. And I'll share with you 2 data points and I'll sort of wrap this thought up. Big carriers that represent about 80% of the freight market, that's the contract market, are still decreasing their rates to hold on volume, at best flat to maybe slightly up. So they've been like that for quite a while. We're not seeing shippers lose their pricing power. So shippers have got pricing power. Large carriers are still struggling in the main to hold on to rates. So there's some variances on different lanes. But in the spot market in June, and this is a really important data point for those listening, they flipped year over year negative in the month of June. After being positive for 10 months, they flipped negative. Now, why is that important? Well, we define a freight recessionary period as when rates go negative year over year. That means they were lower than this time a year ago. Normally in June, that's the last thing you see, because normally rates are heading north in June. This year, they're heading south. So I think be very careful about what you listen to. Just remember, 1 week of data points doesn't make a trend. And this year we're seeing a lot more seasonality in the market. And by that I mean you can predict fairly accurately that rates will start to decrease until Labor Day. And then they'll start to improve, they'll fall off a little bit, and then they'll start to surge again around Thanksgiving. The spot market is incredibly predictable, but I think if you look at the big picture, rates are going to be fairly flat for the rest of this year, absent some sort of major catastrophe. There's just nothing on the horizon that says that we're going to see an increase in demand for the things that we put on the back of our trucks.
It's an economy, not a football game.
Home of the 11-month memory. America.
Yeah, as we said,
you're right.
The United States of amnesia.
And I go back further than you do, Dean, and it's the same thing decade after decade.
Dean, thank you so much, my brother. It's great to hear from you. Thank you for taking a longer ride with us. Dean is a regular contributor, and, well, he is a founding member of Nemo Nation. Thank you so much, Dean. Best of days. We got to say goodbye, but we will talk to you sooner rather than later. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Dean.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Dean Croak, everybody.
Ed Garson is joining us.
Yeah.
That other guy is joining us, by the way. Ed, by the way, is a part-time freelance senior contributor for Forbes. He is a Detroit-based reporter who covers auto and mobility. He's covered the stand-up strikes against the Detroit 3 automakers by the UAW. He has covered urban air mobility and the rise of autonomous trucking. He led auto coverage at CNN as its Detroit bureau chief from 89 to 2001 and headed Fiat Chrysler's digital communications from 2005 to 2016. When he wasn't doing that, he actually established his bona fides at the University of Arizona, where he earned his master's in journalism, and he currently hosts. You pointed to you. What you got?
Oh, I was just going to say that Ed wrote an article for Forbes called EV Sales on Verge of Acceleration, Studies Predict. But, boy, when Ed kind of goes through all of the details and pulls all of these numbers out, it's pretty confusing. Ed, good morning. Welcome back.
Hey, good morning. Hey, great to be back. Appreciate the invite, as always.
I'm just going to I want to set up something here and maybe have you jump in, okay? This is kind of what I'm getting out of what you wrote. prices are down on EVs, electric vehicles. Prices are down. Incentives are up. But then there are caps on the incentives in terms of, well, you can't buy one that's too expensive, then you get no thing. We got tax credits. Now we have electric companies themselves offering rebates on charging stations. Do you need help? Do you need professional help in buying one of these cars so you can get all of the deals? I mean, yikes. Is it a yikes kind of a situation?
It's to buy any vehicle right now is a yikes sort of situation because things are changing so quickly. So I wrote that story a few weeks ago, and things have changed since then.
Yeah.
So now that the big bill has passed, the tax incentives are due to go away. So that's some incentive for people to buy EVs that's not going to be there. I mean, that $7,500 was the difference for some people of whether or not they were going to take the plunge.
Mm-hmm.
There was also a loophole for people who are leasing EVs. That's going to go away. So the government's not going to offer you any help coming up to buy an EV. The other problem is that when the import tariffs were first announced earlier in the spring, people panicked. They went out and bought vehicles in much, much higher volume of all sorts, whether they were EVs or internal combustion engine vehicles, to try to beat any price increase that all the pundits were saying was going to happen right away as soon as the import tariffs were imposed. Well, the president is playing games with this and going back and forth. Okay, we'll do this country, now we'll start, now we won't start for a while. And what's happened is there's a ton of vehicles on dealer lots that are unsold. So prices now are basically stabilizing. It's a very confusing situation. So the people that bought ahead, did they do so foolishly because the prices didn't go up as quickly as people thought, or did they in fact beat an eventual price increase? So you're right. You can scratch your head until it starts bleeding because it's hard to figure out exactly what's going on because it keeps changing so quickly.
I wanted to kind of follow that up. Hey, Ed, good morning and welcome back. It's great to have you back. I wanted to kind of ask you in regards to, in your own crystal ball, this makes it impossible for people to actually plan. That's the biggest issue here. And, at first it seemed like, well, the plan is to buy ahead and to get ahead of these prices. But now that we understand the pattern is no pattern, that it becomes a matter of, do you see this? And like I said, you can say, I don't know, is a fine answer. But do you see this as an ongoing kind of thing where the economy remains kind of stuck in neutral because nobody wants to play a guessing game when they don't know what the policy is going to be week from week?
It is a guessing game, totally a guessing game. As a journalist, and all auto journalists, we depend on these economists, these analysts, these pundits to give us perspective on the numbers that we see. And it's funny when way back in the 70s when I was getting my journalism master's, we had to read a book, a little skinny book, it's still in print, called How to Lie with Statistics. And you can make numbers say whatever you want them to say if you express them in your own way. And I think that's what's happening. You have people that are expressing numbers either optimistically, pessimistically, or blue sky, like, hey, it's going to be great. And the fact is that things are so confusing now, no one is right.
Things are so confusing right now that there's a background noise that is going over and over again. We're trying to kind of figure out what exactly it is. We have no idea.
Mac and cheese is done.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, we can't. What is that, Dre? You hear that? That's a crazy sound happening during Ed's interview.
All right, well, we're going to finish that.
That's a sound I've never heard before.
I have never heard that before,
life.
by the way. That is the unpredictability of the market manifesting itself as a sound effect. That's a.
Yeah.
So one of the things too, Ed. Well, there we go. One of the things too is that the gist is that the hype is that, well, you know, you got all of these technical problems with batteries, and then you have the range. The range thing is about trucking, and even in trucking, it's not really true because all trucks don't go cross country. The ones that work in the towns are fine, you know. So range and stuff like that, and availability of charging doesn't seem to be the motivating factor or the decision factor for people buying EVs. It's the price. I mean, it just comes down to the price, and the rest of it is okay. Is that kind of accurate now?
It's a little bit of both, honestly. In the beginning, the automakers introduced really expensive electric vehicles. You look at the Hummer electric SUV and pickup truck, magnificent vehicle, but it's $120,000 by the time you're done. And GM was putting out the Cadillac. So the Cadillac, they're beautiful vehicles, but hugely expensive. Who wants to spend $75,000, $80,000, $100,000 for a vehicle? When they had the Chevy Bolt, which was affordable, they took it out of production, but there's going to be a new one. So slowly but surely, though. And I'm using GM because they have the widest product line of anyone. They're starting to produce EVs across their product line that will meet more people's budgets. So the price differential is starting to go away where you've almost, in some body styles, have parity between EVs and an ICE vehicle.
Yeah.
Range, though, people are still freaked out by range, thinking they're going to go on a family trip and run out of juice. You
need
think
a
about
AAA triptych to tell you where.
Yeah. I mean, you can't call a tow truck with a gallon of electricity to pour in your car like you can, right?
Yeah. Well, we talked to NACFE about that as well, the idea about how the strategies for making sure there were recharging stations on the way. Ed, you got to promise to come back. We're actually going to have you on, I promise you, for one of our 30-minute segments at the end of this show so that we can just have an in-depth conversation, because every time we get you on, it is dynamic, and we can't wait to get you back. Thank you, man.
Thanks. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Anytime.
And happy Bastille Day.
Happy Bastille
From the Degas House in New Orleans.
And the Degas House in New Orleans. Well said, Dave, by the way. One of your favorite people in the world, I'm going to let you do this interview on your own, Ben Wilkins. Ed Garston and Ben Wilkins became one person. It was dynamic. The cybersecurity principal engineer for NMFTA is joining us this morning. Ben, it's great to have you. As always, welcome aboard, my friend.
Good morning. Happy to be back.
Oh, it's great to have you back, Ben. Every time you come on, there is always something new and very cool and very important coming up from you guys at NMFTA when it comes to cybersecurity. And this coming Thursday, you and Joe and Artie, Joe Orr and Artie Crawford, Artie was with us on the program too, of course, as you know, are going to be together for a new would you call this I guess it's a webinar, but you guys have a kind of a different title for it.
So this week we're going to, or I should say this month, we do our monthly webinars, and this month we decided to have more of a panel discussion about a recent product that we released. So it'll be a little bit different format.
Yeah, called Panel Insights, NMFTA Cargo Crime Prevention Framework. And it's a great document. I'm looking at it right now, of course. Anybody can download that by going to nmfta.org. It's this coming Thursday, 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock Eastern Time. So this will be sort of like, if you missed everything until now, this is sort of like, well, this is all of it all together at once, I would imagine.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really interesting conversation. I'm really looking forward to this. It's this particular document really takes a lot of the cybersecurity control concepts and the different security that you can implement in an organization and draws a direct line between doing the cybersecurity best practices and business impact in reducing cargo fraud and theft in your organization. And so it really drives home the relevance of cybersecurity in transportation, specifically in addressing the rampant cargo crime that's out there right now.
Do we? I'll use an old word, compartmentalize. Should companies compartmentalize what they do in terms of cyber crime? Because loose lips sink ships, and if somebody knows too much, even without meaning to, I don't mean in a criminal sense, but I mean in an accidental sense, where if you know too much, you might say something. Am I making sense here? In other words, are there fences around the different departments in a company?
Well, I think there's obviously a little bit is going to depend on the size and the scale of the company, the operating structure. But I think that you're hitting an important point that just because there's information available, it doesn't mean everyone necessarily needs all of the information.
Yeah.
Right? And so it kind of draws that back to a least privilege concept, right? So having access to everything someone needs to do their job function, but not necessarily having open doors everywhere to all of the information that they may want to discover. So I do think that's important. You need to be careful not to over compartmentalize or silo your organizations so that you introduce unnecessary friction. But you do want to keep in mind how broadly you share data or access to systems within your organization, and make sure it's relevant to the job function that your team is trying to complete.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to engage what they call resistance strategy, where no one knows everything, and that way you don't get infiltrated.
Wow.
I mean, that's a bit much, but I kind of dig where you're coming from. You need to make sure that people are on a need-to-know basis, and those that aren't understand part of this is for your protection and part of this is for your productivity. You can't focus on everything, so let's kind of focus on what you do, and we'll focus on the rest of the stuff. Is that fair, Ben?
Yeah, I think that's good, and it's also having access to data or having access to a system shouldn't necessarily mean having permissions to alter that data or alter settings in a system, right? So there's the difference in just being able to read something and being able to modify, and that's the kind of second level consideration.
God bless you.
Least privilege.
God bless you, Ben. I have to tell you, the number of times I send out press releases and I'm like, you do not have a right. You are not an editor. Please stop commenting on this press release. I totally understand. It's the same. It's the same theory.
Well, and what we're talking about here, and what you're saying, and what I'm asking, what Jim is contributing, is flies in the face of the big banner word over everything now: transparency. We need full transparency, full access. But you can't have that here. But at the same time, you need to be transparent about the fact that you're not being transparent.
It is a bit of a fine line. You have to really put some thought into how do you achieve transparency without creating unnecessary vulnerability, right? And then I don't think the two are mutually exclusive, but I do think that it requires some careful planning and some careful thought around how to structure your team, structure your organization, and structure your security controls in a way that you're not trying to hide information from people, but you're protecting both the organization from compromise, and you're also reducing each individual's ability to unintentionally introduce harm to the organization if they fall victim to social engineering. So it's a balancing act, like many things in security, but I do think you can achieve both transparency and some resilience.
Well, in the spirit of transparency, I'll have to tell you, everybody, we're out of time.
Ben, it goes by so fast, man.
It does.
Thank you so much for being here, as always.
Thursday,
absolutely,
is the panel Insights NMFTA Cargo Crime Prevention Framework. This coming Thursday, 1 o'clock Eastern Time, nmfta.org. Ben Wilkins. Say hi to Joe and Artie for us.
Will do, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on again.
Thank you. One of the best beards in the business.
Boy, you
Ben
got that
Wilkins
right.
is on the scene, man. We got to take a quick break here. We're going to come in on the other side with a friend of the show, influencer extraordinaire, Aubrey is going to be joining us with a big announcement of her own. Can't wait to kind of dig in and see what she's got cooking. We'll be right back after these messages. There's that music. As we drift into another half hour of Nemo Nation. Hey, man, fire that coffee up. I got myself a big old bucket of it, courtesy of Phone Master Dre and Madison with a T.
Bucket was so big it took both of them. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
And we're back with the talk that drives America. This is Nemo Nation.
Is it? Is it in fact Nemo Nation?
Indeed it is.
I'm going to take care of all this newfangled social media. A friend of the show, by the way, is arriving on the scene. And by the way, this is, that's Dave, by the way, who just hasn't figured out this new format.
Sorry,
and that
Mike.
includes actually the microphones.
This poor Mike's taking a beating.
I got to tell you, thunk, 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 thunk. By the way, I found out something this week, Dave. Disappointed, actually, by the way. A disappointing discovery this weekend. Somebody actually appropriated the name Zebulon 5.
Really?
Can I tell you where I got that from?
Yes.
Aubrey, by the way, Aubrey Oden is joining us, by the way. Aubrey did not take Zebulon 5, by the way.
Okay.
She is not guilty of such terrible things. At Trucking with Aubrey on the gram of Insta. You can find her on the Book of Face with Trucking with Attitude, TWA, Women's Trucker Community, and Personal, Trucking with Aubrey. You can find her on the Talk of Tick, Trucking with Aubrey, and, of course, merch, www, which we never have to say, but we do for some reason, .truckingwithattitude.com. But I found out, I got Zebulon 5 from a really funny burlesque show I saw one day right before COVID, right before Katrina. This guy, Nick, did this really funny MC. He goes, I know what you're saying. You probably think the burlesque show on Zebulon 5 is better than this one because all the women have 3 breasts. He actually said that on the stage, and I lost it in laughter. And they're all blue, and he said that. I thought, Zebulon 5 thing is really funny. A couple of guys went out and made a podcast in 2019 where Zebulon 5 is a featured planet. And then they couldn't sustain it, and it died after 2 years.
Wow.
But you type in Zebulon 5, and I don't get it. I don't care. Those guys in Zebulon 5, I don't like them. You know who we do like, though, right? Aubrey Oden. Good morning to you. How you doing? Welcome back. It's always good to have you.
Good morning. It's Money Making Monday. Another week. God is good.
All right.
Oh, I like that, by the way.
Monday.
So we got Money Making Monday with Aubrey. By the way, it's Movie Monday over here, but people have violated it. We always wear movie T-shirts. I'm wearing a Big Trouble in Little China. What are you wearing, Madison? What do you got on your shirt? What is that shirt? What is that all about? What's happening there? What's going on? What's going down? I'm actually giving her a hard time because she's trying to find a microphone button.
This is actually a shirt that Chowder sent us.
The Sturgis shirt.
Yes, it is.
He sent you a
And
Sturgis.
I paired it with my my goth Crocs, because I just felt like the shirt was pretty edgy, so it needed some edgy footwear.
By the way, Dave, our good
Those
friend.
are edgy Crocs.
Edgy Crocs. By the way, our friend Chowder is going to a Night Ranger concert on August the 2nd.
Night
Motorin. I'm sorry, Aubrey. This is your phone call. This is about you. I'm sorry. Go
No,
on.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm
Do you
loving it. I
remember
love
Night
Crocs.
Ranger, Aubrey?
Oh, I think
No,
Aubrey wants to.
I don't.
You're fortunate, by the way. You're very fortunate. I mean, oh my God. You know what's worse than that is the fact that I know 2 Night Ranger songs, not one.
Oh,
I know
boy.
Sentimental Street, dude. That's disastrous. By the way, I like Night Ranger. I like Aubrey even more. Hey, Money Making Monday. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Like I said, it's another week at it out here trucking, so God is definitely good. No complaints on my end. How's everybody doing on your end?
Real good, real good. As we would say in New Orleans, where you at?
Yeah, we're doing okay. We want you to come down here for our big party on July 23rd. We would love to have you here. We're having a
that would be
party at
awesome.
the Degas
I
House.
am there. Send me the information. You don't even have to ask.
Outstanding.
Yes.
This is big news,
No,
by the way.
seriously.
I mean, we got a whole bunch of truckers coming in, and that if you would come, that's a big deal. There's a lot of we got gumbo, and we got bourbon tastings, and we got the ATA trucks going to be on the side of the building. We got a band called the Coven. Which, I mean, that alone says everything you need to know. You got to get your butt down here. You got big news. We keep on burying the lead. You got big news going on. What's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a couple months ago in January, I shot a really big commercial with International, their Proven division, and that actually, I just seen it for the first time last night. So that will be coming out on air live in September. And I just wrapped up a few magazine articles and was nominated and won an award for Best Educational Influencer in 2025. So yeah, just a lot of good things.
Congratulations. That is awesome.
Aubrey, I wanted
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you this because you're one of our heroes out there, along with a lot of our other young friends who really have kind of taken the social media and the industry by storm. We just got a big milestone with our subscriptions. Facebook, we're tearing it up. We got a whole lot of stuff going on our platform. How much of that stuff do you focus on in regards to looking at your numbers, checking out your stats and all that stuff? And how much of the stuff do you kind of turn a blind eye to and just focus on creating content and getting the job behind the wheel done? It's a real balancing act, isn't it?
It is, and the crazy thing is I focus on the numbers. Like, I never post a video and, like, this is going to be it, because typically what I find happens is the videos I think that are going to do really good don't, and then the videos that I'm like, this isn't going to get any views, has 100,000, 200,000 views. So I just focus on the content and what people appreciate and resonate with. I let them decide.
And so that becomes a matter of just kind of focusing in on just creating really fun content every day that kind of entertains yourself. I mean, like I said, was there a point where you think you had to make the adjustment saying, I'm going to stop worrying about what people want and start creating content that I think I would enjoy and therefore other people will? Do you dig where I'm coming from there?
I do. I can definitely say this. About a year ago, I was kind of stuck on whether or not to do content anymore, just because there's so many content creators in the trucking realm now, and I felt like it was an oversaturation of trucking content, which made it very hard to be original and authentic, if that makes sense. Like, you'll see the same content creator doing the same type video, and so it was making it very hard for me to create. But I just kind of had to say, you know what, I'm gonna do this video. I don't care if somebody else already did it, because my followers might want to hear my perspective on it, and I use that to get me out of that little content creator block I had going on.
Well, and by the way, I don't think it's so much a block as I think it's just a matter of we're always trying to figure out ways that we not stay relevant, because that's often a really dangerous path to get on. But I think a lot of the times that if we're being honest with ourselves, we got to say, what am I doing here? Am I doing this for me, or am I doing this to be liked? And that is such a, and look, we all want to be liked. I want to walk into a theater and have 5,000 people give me a standing ovation. Even I am suspect to that. But at the end of the day, it always feels like you want to tell a story about yourself. And as long as you continue to have those struggles and those triumphs, like this international commercial, there's always going to be something, right? I mean, it's just a matter of being honest and authentic. But man, that's the hardest thing, because sincere is easy. A lot of people can fake sincerity. You can't fake authenticity, can you?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's definitely, throughout my process, I've said I wanted to make respectable, relatable trucking content, and I have stayed true to that. And I definitely think that that's more things that we need in the trucking industry. People have to understand when they're coming into this industry that there were lives that paved the way for us before we were even in this industry. So you can't come out here and disrespect the culture or the community.
Well, let's dig into that here for a couple of minutes then, Aubrey. This is Dave.
In case you couldn't figure it out, because our voices are so similar, Aubrey.
I'm working on my Jimmy Mack impersonation. It's not ready yet, though. Let's talk about TWA and not Trans World Airlines. TWA Trucking with Aubrey, Trucking with Attitude, Trucker Women Advocacy. You kind of cornered the market on those three letters of the alphabet, TWA. But there is a deeper meaning, and I think you just kind of opened that door for us. So walk through.
Mm-hmm. So basically, the women's trucker women's advocacy is to show women that they can come out here and do this job and have support and have a backing, because women still only make up in 2025 7% of the industry. Now we went up 2%, which is approximately 250,000 women. So that is good, but it's still a very small number when we're looking at the total percentage. So I wanted women to understand that they could come out here, they could do this job, and not feel like they can't because they are a woman, and they can do it and keep it classy and respectful. And like I said, trucking with attitude, we talked about this last time, is just when you're out here, you have to have a little bit of attitude with it. You can't let the truck intimidate you at all. You kind of have to respect it, but you cannot let it intimidate you.
One of our dear listeners and commenters here, Chowder, we were talking about trucking being a lifestyle as opposed to a job or a profession or a career. It's all of that, but it's a lifestyle. And one of our other listeners, Steve, said it's like the military. You're in something. But Chowder says it is a lifestyle with an employment component to it. I believe this is one reason why hiring new drivers is hard, because recruiters sell it as a job, not a lifestyle. And I think that can really get complicated and complex when it comes to women, because there are so many components about being out there on the road in the industry by yourself, on your own, as a woman in a totally male-dominated area, one of the few that still remains. That whole lifestyle component has to be first up as opposed to the job, at least from my perspective, but my perspective is totally opposite of yours. So what do you think?
So I tell people all the time, trucking is definitely not a career, it's a lifestyle. If you can't imagine yourself going camping in a camper and moving around and taking showers, I literally will tell people, go camping and have that experience. Yeah. And then if that's not for you, then I could tell you right now, trucking is not going to be it, because you add that experience on with driving long hours, no access to food, being sleep deprived, being away from your family. It's so much that if you don't think that you could take it, just that aspect of it, don't even think about it.
That is brilliant, and I've been doing this for over 50 years, and
56,
I never
as a matter of fact.
thought of that. And we talk about RVing all the time on the show.
We actually, Albert, if you get a chance on the YouTube channel, you should listen to the interview we did with the guy who actually is the producer of the RVers, and he talks about this all the time too. Yeah. That he said you got to. Basically, you're making a decision to leave it all behind, right? And I think Dave's right, by the way. I think that is incredibly insightful. In the limited time we have left, Aubrey, I kind of wanted to ask you about how the international deal went down, how you ended up getting, it's really a cool story. I can't wait to check it out myself. But how did you get that deal? How did they approach you? What went down?
So actually, somebody told me that International had this thing that they were pitching for. I can't find the words for some reason, but somebody that I know actually gave me the opportunity. I touched base with them. They reviewed all my content and said, you know what, you would be a perfect fit. And we shot it in Nevada in January. It was freezing cold. I'm talking about they had us up at 4 a.m. outside. I was so cold, but I was so over the moon. It was such a good feeling. And it's crazy because I love the fact that internationals use real drivers to represent their brand. So shout out to them, because sometimes that gets lost in companies that are pig products to truckers.
Point taken. Yeah.
Outstanding. Okay, so what's the rest of the day look like? Because you got about a minute to go, and anything you want to promote, Aubrey, we're giving you the floor. It's yours. What do you got coming up this week? What are you looking forward to? And what do you want people to know about?
Okay, you guys, so just watch out for the international commercial. Women's Insider article comes out this week, as well as my USA Today. Again, I just won the award for Best Content Creator in Education in 2025. And go check out the merch, please, at truckingwithattitude.com. And everybody just stay blessed, stay safe over the road, and keep it trucking, keep it safe. That's it.
Aubrey, one of our favorite people in the world, one of the youngest members of Nemo Nation, is joining us this morning, and somebody we hope to get a chance to talk to a whole lot more. It's always good to talk to you. I ain't got to tell you to stay safe. All I got to tell you is to keep on doing what you're doing, and the road is wide open for you.
We hope to see you next week here at Dagon House.
And we're going to send you the Aubrey, do me a favor. Write us at weekends@radionemo.com and just say you want to come, and somebody will get in touch with you. Okay?
Perfect. Okay.
Our little journey here down the road continues, by the way. Nemo Nation is fast and furious. We keep them coming. We keep them on the move. This is somebody I've been trying to get on the show for a while. Friend of Brad Bentley, friend of mine, friend of the show, friend of the previous platform, and now her first time on this platform. Would you care to do the intros, Dave?
Yes, Michelle Malsky, and I haven't met Michelle yet, but I'm about to in just a few moments. She heads up Spring, S-P-R-I-N-G. She's the founder and chief cook and bottle washer there. S-P-R-I-N-G. I'm going to ask Michelle if she came up with this name. If so, she gets an award because this is genius. S-P-R-I-N-G, Succession Planning for Railroads. Investing in the next generation. That is a pretty comprehensive statement, Michelle. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me once again. It's a privilege and honor to talk to you guys this morning.
Yeah, so Spring, did you come up with the name of that?
I sure did.
Fantastic.
I love my acronyms. So,
you need a job in Washington. You should be writing bill names. But when I saw that, I immediately thought, okay, so we're all in the same boat, because I think the inland waterway folks are having the same problem as well. If you move stuff in this country, or maybe in the world, and I think it is the world, Michelle, because the same things are happening around the world, in terms of the age chasm, in terms of wanting to get into an industry that's been around for over 100 years now and all of that, railroad even longer than that. The technology is there. It's overwhelming, the amount of cyber technology that rail and trucking and waterway and boats have. Why aren't kids connecting to that? And I think the reason is, and I think you agree with this, is the fact that they think that by the time they get there, whatever they're going for is going to be gone or changed so much that it won't even be relevant.
That's a great point. And, I'll just start this whole conversation out by saying railroads ain't going anywhere. We've been around for 100 years, and we'll be here for the next 100, and you name it, for the future. We are a pretty adaptive organization, industry, and we've been around since the beginning, and very slowly we're adapting to change, like you said, with some of the new technology and and some of the new, spaces that we're starting to really develop more technology that helps us, have precursors and pre-identifiers of, if there's going to be an ice slide here, if there's going to be a mudslide over here, do we need to get new ballast into the tracks? There's a lot of new technology that we're playing with. So it's really not your grandfather's railroad anymore, and we've really come into the future, which I'm pretty proud to say.
I'm going to say once again, everybody go to springrecruits.com. One of the other things is that, often what we see in our industry particularly is somebody will come up with an organization, it'll fill a gap, and then a group of people, rather than kind of joining that organization, will form their own organization. This is a great idea as well, the acronym, not just the acronym, but the institution itself, because there's a real gap here. There's a growing problem, like with diesel mechanics, like with actual lifestyle truck drivers. There's a growing issue here, and part of what you're doing, both in kind of getting the word out to veterans, but also to people who are looking for maybe a more active, sort of vital, strenuous lifestyle. This is a real opportunity. What is the biggest issue in regards to manpower facing the industry as you kind of move forward?
Absolutely, and I think that's a great question to get us started. And that's really why I started Spring just about 7 years ago now. And it's because there is that gap. And, the interesting thing is, the rail industry has been here for a while, right? It's been romanticized. We learned about it in Western history back in high school. But what happened in the future? What happened to modern day branding? What happened to marketing? You might see some of the bigger railroads, and there's 5 big Class 1s in the U.S., but there's over 600 other railroads here right in your backyard that you probably don't know about. So we have a branding issue is really what it is, and an education issue here. We're not connecting with the same audiences that we did in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s when, railroading was kind of king. We have our own retirement system, which is pretty dope. And besides that, though, you're not really hearing much from the rail industry this year, and that's our fault. We got to own that. And that's really why I wanted to start Spring, is one, to spring in action, right? There's kind of a play on words here a little bit. But we have to start re-engaging with all the different generations because they all speak different languages. And we just kind of are not speaking the language that we need to. And we really need to put the horses back in front of the cart here and start jumping into high schools and veteran bases and just educating folks about the industry. And I say that because we just started a nonprofit last year, another fun acronym called HERE. Hands-on education from railroad employers. So if you put these two things together, it's Spring here, right? So the nonprofit is honestly all about education and getting out to any location that an audience has never heard about rail. We're going to go there and talk to you about, the freight railroads of North America, that's almost entirely privately owned and operated. And, like I said, there's over 600 railroads in the U.S., and we know very little about them. So to share that good message, to share the positivity, to share what we're doing about the future and how to connect, this is where we start.
Well, and it strikes me, by the way, this is a really great strategy because if I'm hearing you correctly, all the needs that the railroads have, all the needs that rail has moving forward, beyond just any sort of federal assistance, beyond any sort of, upgrades, infrastructure upgrades, none of that is possible right now at the level you need it to because the status and the understanding nationwide of the industry in a widespread way just isn't there. So until you kind of raise the profile of railroads, until you kind of help the country understand better how in-depth and intricate and integral it is to the nation's health economically, that none of the rest of the stuff is possible. You can't recruit when people aren't aware of the depth and the breadth of the industry. You can't get your infrastructure upgrades at the level you want to get them if people aren't aware of the industry. And that's really what you're kind of looking at doing. It seems to me, please, if I'm wrong, you're more than welcome to say, it's kind of wrong, Jimmy Mack. But that's kind of what you're pushing here, right?
Well, okay, there's a little bit of a difference here. So freight railroads are almost entirely privately owned and operated. In fact, they put about 20% back into their own infrastructure. It is an $80 billion industry, right? So this is a big, the big boys club, right? This isn't small chunk change. And so you have these privately owned freight railroads that are putting all this money back into their own systems. You do have grants, you do have systems that help maybe build that big bridge, but for the most part, we aren't really reliant on public infrastructure. So, like I said, you will see some grants and things like that, and there's a whole nother discussion if we want to talk about transit and passenger. But if we just focus on the railroad, the freight railroad side, it's a very profitable industry. It's been around for forever, and if you look in your backyard, I'm sure within a mile, maybe 10. You're going to see one of those 140,000-mile route miles that cover the U.S. You're going to see some tracks somewhere nearby, and again, they're kind of privately maintained and operated, and I think that's something that we kind of wear as our badge of honor as well. We really care about safety. That's always been our number one thing. But kind of going back to your point is, if nobody knows you exist, then why would people apply to your jobs? So, I mean, if you don't ask a ghost to come to dinner, they're not going to eat anything, right? So you don't want to get into this habit of just assuming that, we're still king. We've got to fight with the Googles, everybody else that is going to these job fairs that, quite frankly, some of our employers, so any of my employers that are out there listening, we really got to amp up our game at getting out there and, again, just inspiring people. I mean, I came from a railroad family, so my story in and of itself is different and unique. And when I was, 5 or 6 years old, I remember walking into an empty grain silo before it got filled. And, man, to hear my echo just roar through that silo was such an inspirational moment for me that I'll never forget that. And to have and emulate maybe those same positive experiences with the next generation is exactly what we need to be doing to show them that, look, railroading is sexy. Be next to those big boy toys. They are awesome. I love when I see any engine come by. I love seeing the length of a train. So really, my game that I'd like any of our listeners to play is when you're sitting at a crossing next time, see how long that train is. That's going to be an indicator of how well our economy is doing. And so, and sometimes it could just be a quick switcher operation, so it might be a little bit shorter. But technically, when you see that big old long train, that's a pretty good sign. If you see it kind of short and that's a regular occurrence, could be another different indicator of the economy. I know some of your previous guests that you had on were talking about that as well. And so, again, we really are the heartbeat that moves, so much of the bulk commodities and consumer products that we use every day in our household. But once again, nobody knows that it touched the rail system. And so, the only thing I would like to convey is that if you're curious, the rail industry is the best place for you to go, because you ask questions and there'll be, more answers. There's going to be more pathways for you to explore. And it's never a dull day. We have a saying in the industry that says you learn something new every day. And you'll hear that from a management trainee that's his first day out here in Whitefish, Montana, to somebody that's been around for 40 years.
We just had Aubrey Oden on, and maybe you heard Aubrey, so if you did, stop me, but she was explaining that to get women behind the wheel of trucks, she said, about the lifestyle. It's not a job, career, profession, it's a lifestyle. So if you can't live in a camper or an RV, take showers on the road and do all of that sort of thing, then you just won't be right for trucking. That's a great place to kind of test the water. Is there a way or a place to test the water in rail? And when you talk to high school kids, is it an awareness thing, or is it I don't want to do that because I'm into gaming or I'm into computers, that sort of thing. They don't realize how many computers are on these trucks or these trains, of course. But what do you kind of take out of what Aubrey said about the introduction?
Yeah, I think that was a very good raw statement that she said. I think that's very real and candid. The thing about, again, the industry, if you don't know anything about it, you don't really know how much opportunity is there. Mm-hmm. So whether you are a gamer, we have simulators that teach you how to essentially operate, and it's operate. You don't drive a locomotive. You operate it because there's levers. You go forward and backwards. You operate to learn how to operate and engineer a locomotive. So if you say that you're a gamer, you say you're in marketing, you say you're in finance, there's a home for you in the rail industry. We only know about conductors and engineers because maybe that's what we've seen on Amtrak, or that's what we've seen at a crossing, or whatever that may be. But really, when you look at it, the rail industry is a microcosm of every other job department that you could ever find in one place. Some of the bigger railroads even have nurses and doctors at their headquarters, to review medical notes, things like that. So honestly, I think the only job I would have trouble placing or interest would be a pediatrician. I don't know if there's a whole lot of room for pediatricians in the rail industry, but boy, if you've got the right curiosity, I'm sure we could find you a place too.
Back in the 1920s, parents used to mail their kids and put them on trains, so maybe if that comes back.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Michelle, we are out of time. And by the way, we're going to get you back on. Promise us you'll come back because there's so much more to talk about in specifics. I'd love to have a conversation about all those different segments of the industry that people, where you guys need jobs and where you have positions to be filled. Promise us you'll come back.
I sure will, and I can't wait to tell you that story about that shot you have in Union Station one day. I've got a little history fun fact for you, and we could talk about that later, or be happy to share it whenever.
Guys, head over to springrecruits.com, also on the Book of Face at Spring, and that's all in caps, recruits. That's not on the Book of Face. We're going to take a quick break here. Come back on the other side. It continues, Fast and Furious. Linda Garner-Bunch, Eugene Malero, Mike McHorse, lots of people coming up. Howard Yaris. Looks like David Villarubia will be stopping in. He got our good friend, Marshall set up. We'll be right back after this. We're done.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Hour 3, and we are live from the Crescent City and Coast to Coast Online. It's Nemo Nation, your highway home for conversation, stories, and the spirit of the road. So now here's Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack.
Hey, Dave Nemo.
Hey, Jimmy Mack.
Usually this time of year, we're on the road so gosh darn much that it's like, we're coming on strong at the Truckers Jamboree is a background song that we often play on. We used to play on the old platform.
Yeah.
Because we were everywhere. We have been kind of locked and loaded over here at the Fastport Studios because we've been setting them up. As you pointed out before we went on the air, 6 weeks we were told, get out.
Yeah.
And then 1 week later, we were back on it. And now it is 6 weeks later as of today. Today is the anniversary of our 6th week. This is it.
Yes,
6 weeks
this
on
is
the
it.
air. We normally would have found ourselves over in Walcott. But we're not.
Yeah.
And we like being here. You know who was in Walcott?
I do indeed. A dear friend, Linda Gardner Bunch. Linda, good morning.
Jimmy Mack.
Hey, let's say one more time, Linda. Let's get a little hello in there, by the way. One more time, because we got the first part of it cut off. Good morning to you, managing editor of The Trucker, Linda Garner-Bunch.
Good morning to you, Dave Nemo Show, Dave and Jimmy Mack.
Good morning. Now, you still in Walcott?
No, we got home about midnight.
Okay.
I have had all of 4 hours sleep, and I am running on coffee.
That's trucking.
Welcome.
And radio, too, by the
I'm
way.
not even a trucker. I just share the news.
Yeah.
So let's kind of set the scene for us, Linda. Talk about your experience there. So you guys spent a nice chunk of change over there. You guys probably spent a nice chunk of change on pork chops as well. But talk about set the scene for us. What was it like this year? Was it different from other years? What was the same? What did you count on, and what did you notice different happening over at Walcott?
Well, we rolled in on Wednesday night and got there bright and early on Thursday before the show even started, and it was hot. Imagine an asphalt pavement parking lot in the middle of a cornfield in August or July, whatever month we're in. But it was great. We had about 80 competitor trucks plus a whole slew of antique trucks. We had a little bit of bad weather, and Friday evening's activities were completely rained out. In fact, law enforcement was there evacuating the parking lot because of a tornado that actually hit in Davenport.
Holy cow.
So this was a little bit different than usual, but the drivers were there. Everyone was excited to be there. That's my favorite part about the Truckers Jamboree is meeting these drivers and the owners of the truck and seeing how proud they are of what they do and their equipment that they use. And it's just amazing. I always come away with a lot of new friends.
Let me kind of follow this up saying, and it's like a strange logistical question. So it starts raining. How quickly were they able to kind of get things reset and get everybody out of harm's way while at the same time then being able to kind of return to the Truckers Jamboree full throttle? I mean, was it like a symphony or was it like a mad, chaotic rush to safety?
It was a mad, chaotic rush. On Thursday evening, it started pouring rain during the concerts, which they were still able to perform most of them. But the fireworks show was done in the rain simply because all the fireworks were already in place and they were going to be ruined if they did not use them because there was no time to get them dry. So drivers and attendees watched fireworks from the cabs of their trucks. They were hiding in tents. I mean, it was a downpour. Everything flooded. Friday night was when the real excitement happened. Micro was just finishing up his appearance with Load Pay. Y'all know Mike Rowe, the Dirtiest Jobs guy?
Oh, yeah. Theater major, by the way. Theater major, Mike Rowe. I just want to point that out to everybody. I say that as a point of pride. He knows how to put on a good performance, and he can get dirty on a job, too.
Mm-hmm.
Good dude.
I love it.
Yeah.
I was a theater minor. But they wound up evacuating everyone. I think a lot of the drivers wound up staying in their trucks with the 60-mile-an-hour winds. They said they were knee-deep in water out on that lot. They finally had to cancel all of Friday night's activities, and then we picked back up again on Saturday morning, and it was a beautiful day Saturday. Hot as Hades, but beautiful, sunny. Everything was drying off, and we had a great awards ceremony. It was amazing, but, yeah, Friday night was really chaotic. Let's just say the truck stop was full to capacity. The restaurant, the Iowa 80 kitchen was full to capacity. The food court was full to capacity. And we still had a lot of drivers out in their trucks. In fact, we had to go and rescue one of my friends who was stuck in her truck. And so that was kind of interesting. But we got her out of her truck and into the truck stop. And eventually the rain stopped, and we did not have to find an ark and float away with a bunch of animals.
Wow.
It
What
was
about
kind of dicey for a while. Later, we discovered that there was a funnel cloud dropping and forming very close to the truck stop. And,
Yeah, we know about funnel clouds, Linda. We live right by Lake Pontchartrain. We know all about the
Okay.
clouds of funnel. We know them, man.
Oh, tell me about it.
Oh, my
I'm
God.
in Arkansas. I'm just north of you in Tornado Alley.
Tornado Alley is an
But
8-lane
yes,
superhighway
and
now.
evidently a tornado did hit a Walmart in Davenport, Iowa, which is just a few miles south. So it's a good thing they shut everything down for the night. So we did not get to hear Little Texas, the headliner band, but they're hoping to get them back next year. Time will tell, so keep your fingers crossed for the Iowa 80 crew. They are a great group of people, and they're doing their best to get this entertainment out, and no one can control the weather.
How did the big tent hold up?
Not that great.
I remember
big
back in the earliest years of the Expediter Expo, Lawrence McCord and Expeditors was mentioned a little bit earlier. Back when it was at the Detroiter, up or the Detroiter truck stop, and we had a bad rainstorm, and they had the big circus tent out there, and half of it collapsed in the rain, and it was just those tents are really something.
Oh, man. Well, we were lucky then because the big tent did not completely collapse or even halfway collapse.
That's
There
impressive.
was a lot of flooding. Vendors lost some merchandise. The main issue was in the open air tents that line, the ones that
the little booths,
line up out by the show lot.
Yeah.
A lot of those, the stakes shifted and they lost a lot of merchandise to flooding, even though most of the exhibitors knew to keep things up off the ground because there are two things you can be guaranteed you're going to experience at Walcott. One is extreme heat and humidity. That's actually two things. And the other is it's going to rain at some point.
Yeah, because it gets so gosh darn hot. There's only relief. Linda, we are out of time. And Dave is just itching to get about 15,000 more questions. We're all adjusting to this new format. Go to thetrucker.com. Thetrucker.com. We are thrilled to have Linda Garner-Bunch join us. She's the managing editor over there and a real friend of this show and a friend of Dave and I. Linda, thank you so much and promise us you'll come back.
I will, and thank you guys.
Thank you, Linda.
By the way, another friend of the show, Eugene Malero, is a senior reporter and editor at Transport Topics. He covers Congress, he covers elections, he covers federal agencies. By the way, he also is the author From Rodeo to TDC, A History of the National Truck Driving Championships and National Step Van Driving Championship, first edition. Before Transport Topics, he worked at E&E News, CQ Roll Call, and the Arizona Republic. He is a professor of professional practice at George Mason University. We are thrilled to welcome our friend on. Is this your first time on here? Eugene, is this your first time on here, isn't it?
I think it's my first time with the new format, but I'm a longtime fan and a longtime listener.
And we are longtime friends of his as well, too.
Absolutely.
And by the way, guys, go to ttnews.com. If you head on over there, you will find his byline and a lot of great content, a lot of great stories. I'm going to let Dave take this one. Dave, take it away.
Whoa, thank you very much, Eugene. Really great to talk to you. Haven't seen you in a while, but it's welcome here. So we're doing things a little bit differently, as you probably have heard or maybe have actually heard. So we're kind of squeezing a lot of stuff in and we're putting 30 pounds of rice in a 20-pound bag here. And maybe that's what the big, beautiful bill might turn out to be about. I know the ATA put out a piece that 7 good things about the big, beautiful bill in terms of trucking. And the bill was the topic of your latest article called Trucking Industry Praises Trump's, quote, big, beautiful bill, unquote. ATA President Spears touts economic benefits of bill, which was signed into law on Independence Day. Is that the general, and that's ATA's take? Folks outside of the organization, though, Eugene, are you getting the same kind of response from the industry at large?
So that's a good question because when you look at the executive class, the business ownership class of the industry, the majority, I want to say the consensus is that they do echo ATA, that there is this full support, this embracing of this law. They point to the tax structures, the permanent extension of some of the tax breaks, and they actually argue that in the medium term, there's going to be some revenue that will be generated indirectly because of the law, and that revenue would then be invested into industry, the freight sector, supply chain connectivity, et cetera. And then this is something that is also being echoed throughout the business community. So the Business Roundtable, the Chamber of Commerce, the National Retail Federation, all of these major interest groups, the Petroleum Institute, et cetera, they are echoing that sentiment. Obviously, when you take a step back and look at the totality of the bill, there are aspects of the bill that, you have some, proponents of the social safety net who argue that there's the potential for some social services to be difficult to obtain or be missing in the future, and that could have either a direct or indirect link to the workforce. And also when you look at automation, there are some investments in automation and emerging technologies. But again, long answer, but when you look at the actual ownership, industry leadership, there are all in supporting this bill.
Yeah, some of the concern, by the way, and hey, Eugene, one of the concerns is that a lot of people also think with the social service cuts, and this is neither here nor there, that's a debate that needs to happen in this country on a regular basis, is the problem is a lot of people feel like it's a poison pill waiting for 2026 to happen. So a lot of the really deeply concerning cuts, some people are maybe banking on them kind of going away as well too. That they won't happen or they won't be felt until after the midterms. That's part of the concern as well, that people won't feel the effects of those cuts until we're well into this bill, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Some of the provisions in the law were written that they will be triggered, in late 2026. So after the November midterms in 2026 and even into 2027, so a year after the midterms. And to get a little bit into the weeds here, Jimmy, there have been many instances, even in recent years, where a massive law like the infrastructure law, the the Inflation Reduction Act, all during the Biden administration, that Congress, after the fact, passed laws that that either did some correcting to those massive laws or tweak here and there. So you have a scenario that if, let's say, when you're talking about food stamps or Medicare, Medicaid, you can see a Congress in the 2026 cycle revisit those issues and say, well, let's reallocate more funds for rural hospitals. So this is still a living, legislative issue on Capitol Hill. Even though this law was, enacted on July 4th, these issues are, front and center still on Capitol Hill, especially during the annual funding process. So you can have the funding committees in the House and Senate redirect a lot of money for, let's say, food stamps in fiscal 2026.
One of the things, we're going to switch gears here again because we had a limited time, Eugene, but one of the things that has been a theme in trucking now for the last maybe certainly 10, if not 15, 20 years, is getting young people into trucking, going to the high schools and all of that stuff. We've talked about that already this morning. Pell Grants and things weren't used for vocational training, tech schools, but now they will be. So I don't know what the reality will be in terms of how open these doors will be and how many doors will be open for kids with Pell Grants and the 529 accounts and things, being able to use it for the, quote, short-term educational programs. But is that going to float to the top like cream in a bottle of milk is one of the really saving graces of this whole thing?
Yeah, there are educational and funding accounts in this law that are for state agencies to use primarily for technical high schools and community colleges to get people into the trades, plumbing, electrician, carpentry, and commercial transportation. So you can, a state agency can use the discretion of that money to determine whether they want to, expand their community college trucking CDL initiatives. So hypothetically, Texas or New Mexico, they can devote more money to invest in those educational programs and ideally get, younger community college students, to learn to get a CDL and even get a CDL eventually. So that is a recruitment retention part of this law. It's it's not a direct line, to the trucking workforce, but, it's a way to, get the community colleges involved and, ideally recruit these younger drivers into the workforce.
Whoa, okay, that puts a little bit of kind of a blanket on this a little bit in terms of having this. In other words, it's not a done deal. For me to be in high school and to get a Pell Grant or something to go to trade school.
Yeah, so
okay.
there will be an application process. Yes, there are layers of administrative processes to get that individual into the pipeline in an educational setting and then recruit that individual toward a CDL, but then the law is funding, all of this trajectory to get that individual to ultimately have a CDL. So the goal is that this will work in, helping get more people, as commercial drivers. But yeah, to your point, it's not a direct line that, money from the law will go to directly improving the trucking workforce.
Eugene Malero has joined us this morning. Told you, man, a fast and furious format that comes right at you. You can find him over at Transport Topics, where he has a byline and a series of great headlines. Really quickly, you got about 20 seconds here. What are you working on next? What's the next big story you're cooking up?
This week, we got Secretary Sean Duffy before the House Transportation Committee. He's going to talk about the big, beautiful bill, big, beautiful law. He's going to talk about the fiscal 2026 budget and also transportation safety concerns around the country. On Wednesday at 10 a.m., the Transportation Committee, I'll be there. They'll be hosting Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, sir, and best of success as always, and continued success as always. We will talk to you sooner rather than later. Thank you, Eugene.
You got it.
Eugene Malero, of course, friend of the previous platform and now a friend of Nemo Nation. Speaking of friends of Nemo Nation, NACFE joins us again, as they always do in this final 10 minutes of the first half of the third hour of Nemo Nation. Mike McHorse is joining us. He's the Director of Industry Engagement, and we are thrilled to have him here this morning. Welcome, Mike, on your first drop-in for Nemo Nation. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Dave. Good morning to you and everybody listening.
Thank you very much. That was Jimmy Mack, and this is Dave, but the welcome comes from all of us here, Mike. Thank you so much for joining us. Your NACFE, North American Council for Freight Efficiency, takes a look at all of the different powering sources for all of the energy sources for trucking. You're kind of the diesel guy, huh?
Well, I guess you could call me that. I mean, a lot of my background, 30 plus years of it was spent on the diesel side, mostly with Daimler, and kind of concluded my career at Premier Truck Group with the Penske organization. Mm-hmm. And now I'm happy to working with the NACFE organization and looking forward to helping them out.
I saw, I got the newsletter, of course, from you guys each month, and Rick Mihalik, who's been on with us on the program, he's the director of emerging technology. Well, you know Rick at NACFE, and Henry Albert and I go way back, and the newsletter always has this box, and I love this box. It's called Today I Learned, and it has some little blurbs from 4 or 5 folks. And Rick says Henry Albert of Team Run Smart was getting 6.7 miles per gallon from his first truck in 1996, and I know that. That's the 2024 national average 4 miles per gallon now. According now Henry is getting over 11 miles per gallon. So diesel ain't dead, and the trucks that are running diesel today now it's just an amazing. Such a shame that what has been accomplished in the wonderful world of trucking, the WWT, has not been out there for folks to understand. That's got to be a frustration, Mike.
Well, it's interesting you bring up Henry. So Henry and I go way back.
Yeah.
I actually oversaw the Team Run Smart program at Daimler, and worked closely with Henry on that program, and then had Henry participating in the initial Run on Less back in 2017, where, if you recall, we had a group of diesel-powered vehicles operated by some of the top fleets in the country. That on average brought in over 10 miles per gallon on that run back in 2017. Henry continues to push the limit with the truck he's currently operating, which, again, Henry will be operating in the upcoming Run on Less Messy Middle. We had a chance a couple of weeks ago to interview Henry on his kind of video that we did up in Detroit, where Henry hauls freight in and out of on a regular basis, as well as a chance to interview some of the executives at Daimler. And as it relates to diesel, it was an interesting conversation. Obviously, with a lot of the regulations kind of up in the air right now, Daimler is as committed as ever to diesel as part of their decarbonization strategy, and will continue to push the envelope on improving the fuel economy on that product, as well as looking at other technologies as well.
I wanted to ask you really quickly, by the way, and get right down to the heart of the matter, as Dave talked about your experience in diesel, but you are Director of Industry Engagement, and at NACFE, that title actually has some real force because you guys, so much of what NACFE is out in the field. You literally, what you guys do, where you really shine and where you really thrive, is that you're not desk jockeys. You are guys who get out there and actually meet with the people who are making these leaps in technology and getting a real sense of what is out there right now. Can you kind of unpack what it means to be actually the Director of Industry Engagement?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a new role for me, obviously. We had, some amazing people that are part of the organization, as you mentioned. Many of them are very active in getting out personally into the field, but also virtually. I can't count the number of webinars people are involved in, presentations, virtual presentations, and then out actually doing, industry events and things like that. Of course, we bring that independent message to the industry about all the different types of propulsion systems that are available for fleets to look at as part of their decarbonization strategies. And we want to uncover as much as we can about the benefits of those and how fleets may be able to consider those as part of their operational strategies, and look at the overall total cost of ownership and those type of things that are important to them.
We don't have a lot of time here, and this would require probably a half hour, but I'm going to ask you just a question, Mike, that you may want to answer next time you come on, and I hope you'll come back. Okay, we got diesel going back 100 years, and it's been improving. We use Henry as an example of what folks can do now. Are engine manufacturers, are trucking, are OEMs still tweaking and refining and improving diesel now, or is just so much money and emphasis and focus put on the so-called alternatives now that diesel is where it is and that's where it's going to be because it's going away? Do you get what I'm saying? Is there some of that going on?
And you have 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
you can say no. You don't have to answer that now, but you can answer
I'm
later.
Be honest with you. I mean,
Okay.
with the conversations we're having with the OEMs, and looking at the products that they're putting in the marketplace, there's definitely a continued focus on improving the diesel, power plants in those vehicles. But then it's a multifaceted thing, and if you look at what else it takes to reach those decarbonization strategies and goals, there's a lot of things still to uncover with aerodynamics and powertrain utilization and things like that. So yeah, I'm still optimistic they're working on those things, and but also looking forward to the other technologies that they continue to improve on as well.
Mike McHorse from NACFE, NACFE, has joined us this morning. He's the Director of Industry Engagement. As always, we've made a new friend on the show. We're thrilled to have you and can't wait to have you back. Thank you, Mike, and have the best of days, okay?
Very well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mike.
Nemo Nation continues on the other side of this. It's a more in-depth conversation with Howard Yaris. Really looking forward to this, by the way. He's an economist, professor, attorney, businessman, and activist. What have you done with your life? And has taught a variety of courses on economics and business. Currently teaching at NYU. Prior to teaching, he served as executive vice president and general counsel of the Radian Group. There's a lot more to talk about on the other side of this break. Nemo Nation continues, and we're going to have David Villarubia and Ramona and the Holy Smokes. Get me out of here. Come on. Let's get this going on, man. There it is. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. And laugh while you can, a monkey boy, because Nemo Nation continues.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
And we are live from Fastport Studios. This is Nemo Nation.
It is Nemo Nation, by the way, and Dave Nemo and I are taking a little further down the road. We got a full hour after this interview. Actually, we're so thrilled, by the way, that Howard could make the time for us this morning in much longer form than last time. Last time we didn't get a chance really to kind of dig into a lot of stuff. We got a big kind of 30,000 macro view of the situation. Understandable economics, because understanding our economy is easier than you think and more important than you know. I gave you his bona fides before we actually hit the break, but that book was the one thing thing I kind of withheld till we got to the other side of this. We all know that tariffs are really unpredictable, that AI is going to replace all your jobs in 30 seconds. Inflation is on the rise and going to crush us like a falling stone, and the word recession is being bandied about. It's not as clear as all that, and Howard is here to kind of help straighten us out on a whole bunch of those issues. Howard, welcome back. It's good to have you. Thanks for making the time again.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm very, very pleased to be back.
Oh, it's great to have you back. You know, Jimmy just said something that kind of just threw a thought in my mind, but I've been kind of talking and reading lately. There seems to, I'm going to say this, and you tell me I'm totally wrong, and I hope you will. It seems like younger generations now that are pretty much inured in technology, the cyber world, they see the future coming maybe better than we do, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of hope out there in terms of what am I going to do. And just heard a young person say, well, yeah, I don't know if I should go to school because everything you learn is going to be changed in 6 weeks. You know what I mean? It's like catching quicksilver. So how off, I know that's despondent, but is there a sense of despondency with the whole thing about what you talk about and what you're into?
Yes. You know, I see this at NYU where I teach. There's
Okay.
a great concern about AI coming for a lot of jobs. Automation and technology displaced a lot of blue-collar workers, and now AI, which is automation and technology 2.0, is coming for a lot of white-collar jobs. You know, this is so interesting. I got a criticism, a quote-unquote criticism. After each course, I get a review from the students. And one of the students criticized me for saying I made the class think critically too much, that this was a problem for him, that there was too much critical thinking in the class. And that was exactly my intention. He meant it as an insult. I took it as a high-level compliment, because that's the only way these people are going to earn a good living, because AI can spew back information much faster and much more accurately than they can, or that, for that matter, I can. But what AI cannot do as well, at least not yet, is think critically, be imaginative. And that's what I try to do in the courses. And that's what a lot of young people have to realize. You really have to up your game in order to be able to add value in today's economy. It's not as easy as it used to be. The rewards are greater for those people who are creative enough, who can think critically enough and add value. But on the other hand, the downside is for those who can't or don't or are unwilling, there may not be a place in the economy, and that's unfortunate for them.
When we've gone through this before, but we're on a completely different track than we were back in, say, the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s. Okay, so you have a high-rise building in New York, any big city, and you have elevators, and who operates the elevator? The elevator operator, that person, he's in a union, he or she is in a uniform, they operate the elevator. What do you need somebody in that elevator for to push a button? Because the society wasn't prepared to do that. We could not do that on our own. That sounds ridiculous today. But back then, it wasn't ridiculous. The next big thing, and I was really surprised, a little research on self-service gas stations, and you probably know where I'm going here. There was so much resistance to self-serve gas stations from the gas station people themselves, from the public, from governments. They didn't, in fact, it took years for some cities to go, and New Jersey still doesn't allow self-service.
I was about to point out
Yes.
New Jersey still does not have self-service.
Oregon, yeah. So what I'm getting at is that we weren't ready to take over these tasks. The elevator operator, the gas station attendant. Okay, so now what? What's the third? Is there a third piece to that puzzle? In other words, can you say something now that compares to what I just said, if you don't mind? I'm kind of going off in the weeds here.
History since the Industrial Revolution has been displacing jobs. It started with farming jobs, At the time of the revolution, over 90% of Americans were farmers. There's no great push to get people back tilling the soil. We've become so much more efficient at farming to the point where only 1% of Americans now are engaged in farming.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have less food? No. Are people poorer? No. Technology has made it possible to produce all the food we need and more with, instead of 90% of the workforce, 1% of the workforce. That's a great thing. Are people unemployed as a result? No, they've moved into other jobs. Many, ironically, moved into manufacturing, and now those jobs are going away. I have a question for you. What year did the United States produce the most manufactured goods as measured by dollars? What year?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say 2024.
Very good. Excellent. You're much better than a lot of the students I teach. That's exactly right. We're producing goods. We're just not doing it with a lot of labor. And so people could move on to other things. The Secretary Lutnick said that he was looking forward to the day when we have millions of jobs screwing little screws into iPhones. That's not good. That's not something to aspire to.
Those are
It's
terrible
to
jobs.
aspire to.
Those are terrible
Yeah, it's a
jobs.
terrible job. All those jobs in poorer countries where they stitch together inexpensive garments for the world market, those are not good jobs. They're great jobs for people who were historically living in poorer countries and they had food insecurity. They're great jobs for people like that. It gives them one step up on a ladder to a better life. But for Americans, we should be aspiring to have much better jobs where people add value and have some kind of a purpose to them. And that's what we should be aspiring to.
This is more of a comment than a question, but you'll see where I'm going with this. I read a lot of books for this show. I read books like about 2 to 3 books a week, and I love it. It doesn't feel like a chore at all. We talk to a lot of great authors here. One of the things I've noticed is that I've actually had to start avoiding getting the books downloaded because the damn AI literally summarizes the book. And I don't read them, but I decided I'm going to read one of these books and then go back and read the summary of it. And it was really interesting when I went back and read the summary of it, and you hit the nail on the head, was they got every single fact absolutely right, meaning that it did a great bullet point of the plot. It had none of the theme and none of the challenges that the book was actually issuing. None of the playfulness of the language, none of it whatsoever. And it seems to me that the job that is most at risk is not so much the people who work in offices, but the middle management, because the one thing that AI strikes me as being able to do pretty good is actually outline a project management situation. And I was laughing about that because there's always going to be more jobs. We like working, don't we? I mean, people like having a purpose-driven life. We often just make stuff up to do. I mean, is that kind of the bullish version of all of this? The idea that
people need a purpose.
Yeah.
You said so much there. First of all, I have a friend who has a very high-level job in the pharmaceutical industry, and he uses AI to do the first draft. That's the important term of all of his presentations, the first draft. And then he goes from there. It's made him a lot more efficient. So people need a purpose, I think, in life. And maybe your purpose would be spent 4 days a week as opposed to 5 days a week. It was conventional to work 6 days a week not all that long ago. And now it's more conventional to work 5 days a week. Maybe we'll move to a 4-day-a-week work week. Is that a bad thing? Of course not. Increased productivity is a great thing. This is the big problem, the distributional aspects of it. People lose jobs as the economy gets more efficient. And as we get richer as a result of the economy becoming more efficient, we have to think of a better way to get those people on board with a purpose and something to do to earn a living. And that's the challenge.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys and I kind of lost my train of thought here, so I apologize.
Well, I mean, we can, and while Dave kind of cooks up what he's got in his mind next, I just kind of wanted to follow that up as well. So I mentioned the term bullish. Can you give me a bullish vision of this economy where the AI actually eliminates a whole bunch of jobs, but as always happens, remember, the idea of the electric automobile, the petromobile, as they called it, was going to just kill all the jobs, and there would be no more horse wranglers and all that kind of stuff. Yet they found stuff for people to do. What is the bullish version of this economy? What does an AI economy that actually is humming and creating jobs look like?
The whole point I make in the book, Understandable Economics, is that you don't have to theorize or spend a lot of time theorizing. You just look at the world and the answers become apparent. Two things to look at. One, the agricultural revolution. The 90% of Americans who are involved in farming, did they all starve to death as a result of farming becoming mechanized and much more efficient? No. They moved on to bigger and better things. And similarly, manufacturing. The manufacturing jobs, and there was a problem. There was more of a problem there. A lot of the manufacturing jobs that were lost resulted in people being displaced. They lost their purpose, and that's more of a geographic thing. The Rust Belt, and there are many cities that were hit hard as manufacturing either moved abroad or became much more efficient due to automation. So it's the role, this is where the government has to step in. And what does it have to do? We become so much richer as a result of all of these technical revolutions. We have to provide people who are displaced. Unfortunately, they call it creative destruction. The people who lose their livelihoods, they need to be given a purpose. And what can be done? One, I'll just give a few ideas. Free education, retraining. If they're older, maybe early retirement. Again, the government needs to do something, and the answer is not to make it illegal for people to pump their own gas. That's not the answer. The answer is to become more efficient and provide other alternatives for people who unfortunately are displaced. I just have to add one more example. I remember as a kid when automated tolling came in, the toll takers' jobs were threatened. Again, going with the New Jersey theme, I remember it on the New Jersey Turnpike, and they fought that tooth and nail. And it was inevitable. These kinds of improvements in efficiency are certain to happen. And, there's the famous story of the Luddites in the early 1800s destroying the automated looms in the Midlands of England. Those jobs, again, you can slow it down, but you're not going to stop that kind of efficiency from happening. The trick is to do it in a way that recognizes that there are some people who are hurt, displaced, and they need to be helped.
One of the jokes that I made, maybe it's not original, but my joke was, well, the guy who invented the wheel put 10,000 cavemen out of work.
Exactly.
Okay, so we withstood that. We withstand automation in factories on large scale. But now it seems that people are starting to be concerned that on an individual basis, that I will be replaced by some type of robotic automaton who will do what I do instead of me. So do I send the robot to the factory and the robot comes home, but I get the check? In other words, in other words, at large scale, industry-wide automation, okay, yeah, it's going to throw some people out of work. It's going to move people into other jobs or even open up new industries to support that industry. So you've been through all of that. But now it seems to me it's more of an individual, personalized fear that one-on-one, we're going to be individually replaced. And I think that's a real fear.
It's a fear, but I think it's a bit premature.
Well, sure.
Unemployment is 4.1%.
Mm-hmm.
Unemployment is at a historically low level. Productivity is growing, but it's not growing at leaps and bounds, threatening to throw a significant number of people out of work, causing the unemployment rate to soar. So again, people need to take a breath and realize unemployment is 4.1%. It's very interesting to speculate what can happen, and I think that's a correct speculation. AI and technology will be displacing more jobs. But if you look back from the early 1800s, it's always resulted in a much richer society. Before technology was employed, most people were food insecure and poor. And it's only since the march of technology, the Industrial Revolution, have people started getting wealthier and wealthier. And I don't see that stopping. And what do we do as society becomes so wealthy that it takes less labor to do whatever we need done? Well, the work week shrinks, incomes go up, and if it becomes extreme, and I'm going to go to the extreme level, universal basic income. The economy becomes
Well, I
so
haven't heard that in a while.
Yeah, but we're not there yet. That's an
Yeah.
important thing to realize, with all due respect to Andrew Yang, who ran for president. We're not there yet.
Andrew Yang also,
Unemployment is-
by the way, really quickly, Howard, Andrew Yang also put about 3 million truckers out of work, and that was supposed to have happened 2 years ago. He really needed to do a ride-along before he made that claim. Really
Yeah,
understanding it.
it's not happening as fast as people think. I live in New York City, and the thought of self-driving cars here makes me shudder. The point is that this may very well become a problem at some point. It's not a problem today with 4.1% unemployment. It's just not a problem yet. But it may one day. But there's a perfect answer. As we get too wealthy, the answer is not to make us less wealthy. The answer is to take the wealth and divide it up in a way that people feel is more fair and more equitable and more purposeful.
Okay, I'm going to say something here. And again, please tell me I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. We let manufacturing jobs go overseas. And we made up for it, and we're okay. And employment is 4%, fine. But we lost something that we cannot get back. I think we lost time. And what I mean by that is, while if you go to the new Hankook tire factory, you can eat off the floor, literally. And there are about 3 guys in there, and they are making tires like nobody's ever made them before. Okay, they have that technology in these countries that we don't have now. And somebody said, well, we need to start making chips here in the United States again. We invented chips and then we sent them overseas. Okay, let's do that. Let's build these campuses. How long is that going to take? Well, about 5 years maybe to get the thing built. How long is it going to take to educate the people who are going to work there? That's going to be a while because we don't even have the schools yet. And then where are we going to get people? Well, let's bring them in from overseas because they already know how to do it. No, we cannot do that. You see what I'm getting at? I think we're getting into this vortex.
Well, absolutely. To the extent all we do is make movies and shift around money, that's a problem for the economy. The problem is that we need certain things, armaments, chips, that are essential, truly essential for our economy. And there are 2 ways to do that. We can put up a barrier to the countries that produce those goods, or we could have a very secure treaty with them. There's been a problem with treaties lately, and I think this is where I'll take one step in this direction. There is a justification for the types of manufacturing that are essential to our well-being and our livelihood to have certain barriers so that we do have some domestic industry and we're not caught off guard, caught short-handed with regard to those products. So yes, I think when it comes to chips, the silicon chips that are necessary for the computing that goes into everything, including your toaster, there is a good argument to be made that steps should be taken to make sure that we have at least some manufacturing capacity for them.
Yeah, but that also requires planning as well. I mean, that's one of the big debates that a lot of people don't understand is, even even if you don't like a big federal government, you need an organized and vibrant one that is able to respond. And part of the way that you have an organized federal government is by making sure that you have the people in place if you need, for a national security reason, to ramp up your manufacturing sector. Although the DOD does take care of that to some degree, it really is making sure if people really are as deeply concerned about the integrity of borders, if people are as deeply concerned about the American manufacturing base as they claim to be, there's got to be some sort of active, vibrant, and I think altruistic government push-in as well. Is that what you're suggesting? If you're not, you can say, Jimmy Mack, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. But
I completely agree with that. People talk about, is regulation good, is regulation bad, and it's a silly conversation because some regulation is good. No one would argue that we shouldn't regulate the highways. You could drive either side, whichever side you want to, have a drunk 9-year-old on the highway, go out.
That kid is a champ.
Clearly,
Howard, that kid is a champ, by the way. That 9-year-old, he is a champ. Sorry, go on,
The
please.
bottom line is you need some kind of rules. Everyone could see that on a highway, and I don't know why everyone doesn't see that when it comes to the economy. You need to have some basic rules regarding dumping pollutants into reservoirs or whatever. And the point is, yes, that we do need some kind of incentive to have critical industries like the silicon chips or armaments made in the U.S. But that does not justify huge tariffs on everything coming in. I think it's a great thing that we have much higher value-added jobs than many of the jobs in poorer countries where clothing is being stitched together or little plastic toys are assembled. I think it's a great thing that that's been outsourced, for lack of a better word, and that we have higher level jobs here. So it's not a one size fits all. We have to identify those industries that justify that level of protection, and there clearly are some.
One of the things that I have become obsessed with is the expanded need for soft skills, the expanded need for in real life. I mean, Mark Cuban, actually, who sometimes I agree with and sometimes I think, like, okay, that's enough of the futurism. But I will say this, that I think he's right, as AI begins to expand, the demand for the kind of what I call event-driven stuff in our industry, in regards to entertainment, in regards to the dissemination of information. It seems, however, that there is a growing hunger for doing stuff in the real, that human interaction is, along with the purpose-driven life, that there's only so much of sitting in a room by yourself and being on the newfangled technologies can give you in regards to a satisfactory life. And there seem to be jobs that might be kind of moving into the sphere of in-person realities. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, absolutely. People crave that now, and the irony is fewer and fewer people have those skills. And I think that's a result of the COVID years. I notice that in the students I teach. Many of their formative years were spent alone in their bedroom online. And I do see a diminution in their interpersonal skills. It's very significant. And those are the skills that I think are going to become even more valued due to, as you said, the great desire for more interpersonal activity.
My mother was born in 1929. She's passed now many years, but she was a child of the Depression. So she and her generation went through that. Then we had the World War II generation. They went through that. In other words, everybody's gone through something, and it has a lasting effect. COVID lasted, 2-3 years, but in this and I know this sounds stupid, but in this fast-paced world, 2 or 3 years really is tantamount to maybe a decade, 100 years ago. What I'm getting at is that you pointed, and from what you said about your students, yeah, we were affected by COVID. Younger people, children, were really affected, and we don't even know the extent of that at this point. It's amazing how that is going to have lasting generational significance. The COVID thing. I don't want to go off in the weeds here, but
we're already there.
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah.
Howard's got like hip boots on now. But go ahead, Howard.
No, absolutely. And I think, as you said, these kind of interpersonal skills are becoming more and more important and more valued. And those are the kind of skills that a lot of the students coming out now are lacking due to the years they spent cloistered in their bedroom online. And that's a real problem, and hopefully they'll gain them over time, but they definitely are several steps back from previous generations.
I want to pull in one other little aspect of what we're talking about here, and this has just been going in every direction at once. Howard Yaris is with us, by the way, if you're just joining us. And if you didn't hear the first part of this conversation, you can catch it later on any one of those platforms. But Howard wrote a book, and it's going to be republished next month, in less than a month, on August 5th. There's going to be an updated version of, or edition of, Understandable, not understanding, but Understandable Economics. Because understanding our economy is easier than you think and more important than you know. Resentment, national resentment. Going back to the early 60s, when I was about in the 8th grade, Alan Sherman, he was a comedian. He did a lot of parodies. He did a parody song called "The 12 Days of Christmas," and on the first day of Christmas, it was a comedy piece. On the 5th day of Christmas, my true love gave me a Japanese transistor radio. The Japanese transistor radio was the thing. It was the centerpiece of that song because we resented the fact that our transistor radios were made in Japan, and that was that many years ago. I'm just saying. There it is. I think we're out of time.
Yep.
Yes. Howard, if you want to, if you're willing, come back to visit us again. We love having you on, man.
Want to talk tariffs next time?
Yes, tariffs. All right. We'll see you later.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you too, man. Thank you. Howard Yaris, everybody. And the web address is Howard Yaris, Howard, Y-A-R-U-S-S. Howard, yeah, Russ, howardyaris.com.
You're looking for the best cetane-based additive for your truck. You need Flashpoint from Pittsburgh Power. This premium formula boosts cetane numbers up to 7 points, optimizing your fuel for peak engine performance. Flashpoint protects critical fuel system components, improves power, and enhances fuel economy. Plus, it efficiently disperses water to prevent corrosion and system failures, ensuring your diesel runs smoothly. Combine Flashpoint with Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst for ultimate performance and emissions protection. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible incompatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
And we're back with more Nemo Nation live on iHeart and RadioNemo.com and streaming on YouTube. Take it away, Dave.
Oh, thank you very much.
Which one?
Madison with a T. Well, we've made a big deal, because it is a big deal, and we've been talking about it long before we even got here. We are in the historic Degas House in New Orleans on Esplanade Avenue, in the heart of the old city. In fact, Esplanade Avenue is a beautiful street in New Orleans, and I think the 2 or 3 blocks that we're in the middle of here at Degas House on the corner of North Tonty and Esplanade is one of the most beautiful streets. The trees are absolutely unbelievably magnificent. The houses are absolutely crazy. Early 20th and 19th century homes, and maybe some 18th century homes still hanging around here. So the guy sitting in Jimmy Mac's chair right now is the fellow who owns and operates the place where we are, the historic Degas House, named after Edgar Degas. I'm not going to talk about Edgar because David's got all of that covered. But David Villarubia is with us here, and welcome to the program. And thank you for welcoming us to your home.
Thanks for having me here. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. And this used to be your office.
It
so
did.
We kind of kicked
Yes.
you out of your office.
That's right. I got run out. It never looked this good when I was here.
Yeah. Now, you spent most of your life not on the ground, but in the air, huh?
Yes, I was a pilot for Delta Airlines. So I flew international, primarily in Europe.
Yeah.
That lent to discovering these 2 old houses where Degas and his family had been in the 1870s. And it turns out it's the only house of Degas in the world. And we've got the accolades from the French government, the highest preservation award. We had French President Macron visit here on December 2nd of 22. That was his visit here to New Orleans. And we were blown away by that opportunity, never having imagined that would happen. But we are the only home and studio of Degas in the world, by way of his mother being a French Creole woman from New Orleans. And it just happens that Paris and all of France do not have any site where Degas painted or lived that is available to the public.
That is something. And when you drive by, unless you saw the sign, and there is an historical marker out there in front,
Yes.
unless you saw that, you would think, well, that's a nice house.
Well, the markers, actually the original marker in front of the main house was placed about 1965. This is when the true pioneer of the Degas New Orleans story, James Burns, who was director of the then Delgado Museum, and he's the one who discovered that this was where Degas had painted. And we had no idea. The story sort of stopped at that point. He had brought in a painting of Degas to put in the Delgado Museum, now the New Orleans Museum of Art. And that was an acquisition by the public, and that really began the whole Degas story. And then that kind of quelled until about 93 when I got here. And because I was in Paris whenever I needed to be on layovers, that helped put the story together in more detail. So, but I want to say before I go on too far, happy Bastille Day to everyone. This is something that is well celebrated in New Orleans, and we're just blown away to be included in that. So there's a wreath laying happening right now at the Joan of Arc statue, and then there'll be a lunch. Tonight we have the reception at the Consul General's house on Britannia, and that's always a very nice upscale reception that they give, of course, on an annual basis to celebrate July 14th, their Independence Day.
July 14th, 1789.
Yes.
That's when the Bastille, the famous prison, was stormed.
Yes, the storming of the Bastille, exactly.
couple of things here. I just want to go back in the air here. Now, you were flying over in Europe, so
Yes.
this wasn't you. But back in the early road gang days,
Uh-huh.
I'm going back to the 70s now.
Okay. Wow.
We would get calls from airlines. I won't say the name.
Uh-huh.
This is flight number 337. We're coming out of LaGuardia. We're heading for San Francisco.
Mhm.
We're going to be over Kansas City at about 3 o'clock
Mhm.
a.m.
Mhm.
And I'm going to flip on the speakers in the cabin, and I'd like you to dedicate a song to flight number 335. And we used to do that.
Really?
Yes.
Very cool.
Yeah, until the FAA found out about it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the PA is for safety
Exactly,
reasons.
exactly.
I see, but
It was the 70s.
yes, but Southwest loosened that up for a lot of people, and of course I was at Delta, but when Southwest came, they were very loose. Herb Kelleher was a very interesting guy, and he wanted everybody to be really comfortable, and I think that's what. Remember, they were the Love airline because they flew out of Love Field,
Yes.
and so. Yeah, a true visionary and now a great airline without being as, say, uptight about some of the things. Of course, safety rules are there by the FAA to protect us all. So, but I've never seen that before where dedicate a song and play it on the airplane.
On the radio. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah. The richest guy I ever knew, his family bought stock in Delta crop dusting.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Buff DeLand Dusters.
Yeah.
Yep. That was the
And,
history starting in Monroe and attacking.
Monroe's way up north by Shreveport.
Yes. North Louisiana. And their job was to kill the boll weevil that was upsetting the cotton crops. And so they brought in crop
Boll
dusters.
weevil's just looking for a home.
Exactly. So they were able to exterminate the boll weevil by air. And then, well, what do we do with these airplanes? But by then, people had an interest in flying.
Mm-hmm.
And so they started to sell seats that you could fly in a crop duster, single seat, well, a dual seat, but with the pilot, single seater for the passengers, right? And then that turned into Ford Trimotors. And then the first route was really, let's see, it was Monroe to Shreveport. Then they added Jackson on the other end. So they go Monroe, Shreveport, Monroe, Jackson. And that was really the first route, the initial routing of Delta Airlines. And so, of course, then we know from there it just expanded out now all over the world.
Well, how did you wind up behind that wheel?
Oh, well, I was very fortunate because I was, as a young boy, I knew I wanted to fly. And then I was able to break into it from Navy days into the area of Monroe, which was the base, Shreveport was the base for Royal Airlines. And that's really where I got my flight time to get to Delta.
Ah.
And they were wonderful to work with. And they really encouraged us to move on. We weren't making any money, but we were getting a lot of flight time. So they were sort of a proving grounds, another stepping stone. And they recognized that and told us on day one that they would write a letter to the airlines for us, give us time off to get to the interview, and give us a pass to get to the interview. And so they really, played it forward, I guess. And many of us went to the airlines. I was lucky enough to get to Delta, which was my dream job.
Yeah, that's something. Royal Airlines in Shreveport kind of reminds me of a parallel here.
Uh-huh.
Shreveport, Louisiana had a radio program called the Louisiana Hayride.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And a lot of great stars that was called the Cradle to the Stars.
Okay.
Because if you were on the hayride and you did good, you'd get the call from the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that where Jimmy Davis, who was a governor, You Are My Sunshine?
Yeah.
He wrote that song, I believe, and that's where it premiered. I'm pretty sure.
100%. I'm going to jump in real quick because you were talking about with the airports in Shreveport. I'm being from Natchitoches, and that was the closest airport was to go there, and that was the first time I went on a plane, and my mom was dating this doctor that was also a pilot. And nothing being like, oh, yeah, you're trying to impress the kid that's never been on a plane before. Yeah, scare him half to death. throw them in a plane, white knuckling the whole time. But it's insane to think about like hearing you say about the Delta Airlines and all that, because you would have never thought that, being a guy like me from a small town and going to that place now.
No, and when we look back on the history and the fact that, of course, Delta moved inland to Atlanta, of course, I fantasize and say, well, if they could have foreseen the jet age, they would have come to New Orleans, perhaps, because we're so close to the South America, the Caribbean, but they went further inland into Atlanta. And of course, from there, I think following the way that the train system had been built up before the war of northern aggression, I think they call it. Yeah. Well, at least maybe down here.
The WNA.
Yeah. And it was after the rail lines that Delta kind of followed that as a hub.
Ah, okay.
So, and look where they are now. It's just, the busiest airport in the world.
Yeah,
So
and then some.
We're very fortunate to have them that close, even though it's, it's not in New Orleans.
David Villarubia is with us here in his old office in one of the Degas homes here on Esplanade Avenue in New Orleans. And going back to his time with his family here, must have been a pretty big family with 2 houses.
There were 18 family members who lived here.
Wow.
At the time, it was only one house.
Mm-hmm.
It was built as a mansion with a center hall. And then when the Degas-Musson family moved out in 1880, it became a finishing school for girls, the Marquis Picard Institute for Girls. And Madame Picard was the longest resident here, 40 years. And so she made some alterations so the girls could spend the night. This became, an overnight school for women of means because they finished school so early, and then women, of course, back then did not or weren't expected to go to college.
And this was a neighborhood of means in the day. Yeah,
yeah,
well, it still is.
The Creole Corridor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when did you? What the year? Do you remember the year? If you ask me, I would say I don't remember. So, when did you discover the Degas house? Not buy it or anything, but discover it.
Well, I'm originally from the neighborhood. My parents, we go back generations here, and then I saw that it was on the market as just another tenement house. It was no Degas house, and it was in fairly rundown condition, but it had a historic marker that marked the spot. That had still been there. And since I was in Europe quite a bit, I learned from layovers, and you sort of go where the flight attendants are going, into museums, house museums, monuments, and that's really how I decided, well, this place is really important. It should be more than what it is now. Not thinking I was the one to do it, but within 2 weeks of closing, we had...
Were you surprised that... okay, you grew up here. Did you always know from childhood that Edgar Degas had something to do with this house or something?
It wasn't a primary place for us at all. It was. We knew from the marker that had been placed.
Yeah.
But other than that, there's a lot of history in the neighborhood. But I really couldn't place Degas into, and I'm not an artist. I'm really more of a historian. But to put Degas as an artist in the hierarchy where he belongs. He was a very important artist and the only impressionist to visit the U.S. And, of course, this is where he came because his mother, he had family here. His cousins were here. His mother was long deceased when he came in 1872. But it's just a great story the deeper I dug, not only here but in Paris. And in Paris I had entree to the VIPs, the senior scholars, the French administration. They greeted me with the red carpet, and they wanted to know because there's no house of Degas. So here, well, we now have one. It's just not over there. So it's a little bit of a misnomer to have it here. But in fact, he created 18 paintings while here, 4 drawings, 5 letters. So he worked prolifically, and that's part of the story is that he did so much while he was here in a house with 18 family members, including 10 children. He was able to work in spite of that.
Yeah, yeah. The word impressionist, it kind of means, well, that's not exactly what it looks like if you were to take a photograph, but it's the way it makes me feel, and hopefully it'll make you feel something. That's impressionism, isn't it? Kind of?
Yeah, but, Degas...
If you can dig deeper, go ahead.
Yeah, Degas never really liked that word. It was really... he considered it realism, and that's what he thought the movement should be called, until a journalist, when they first launched the first Impressionist show, and Monet had a painting called Impressionist Sunrise that was in the show.
Oh, the name of the painting had Impressionist in it.
Right. It was Impressionist
I did not know
Sunrise.
That. Yeah.
So it was a journalist that came up with, Impressionism as a whole name for the name for the whole movement.
Put a word out in front of a journalist, he's going to use it. Yeah.
Yeah. Nearly as effective as when you're listening to a radio show.
Nicely done.
So, the idea of Impressionism as the name of the movement was not something that Degas was fond of. Of course, they had a friendly rivalry, and many of these guys had begun to discuss this when they were very young, and they were artists that couldn't get anywhere because the system didn't allow that. If you weren't part of the aristocracy, you couldn't have talent, was kind of the mindset. So they were able to break through, and as a movement, that's really, I think, paramount. I'm not an art historian, but from my knowledge and from studying this for the last 32 years, that's kind of what I walk away with, is the fact that, it broke free of formal portraiture. That's a lot of what. So when you're looking at a painting and an image, typically with their talent, you could tell exactly who that was. And now it's just kind of a blur that, yes, there's a person there, but, so you're just getting the impression that somebody is actually there without being able to identify them.
And then it has lasting... It has longevity built in, because everybody that looks at it is going to see something maybe a little different or relate to it in a different way.
Yes.
Yeah. That's pretty interesting. To me, my goodness, I started on AM radio, I was on FM radio, I was on satellite radio before the merger, and then after the merger, and now online on this continent called the internet, all these platforms. So we're in media, we're in entertainment, information, we have radio, television, film, now internet. And people who live in that sphere are seen, by other people in a certain way. Back in Degas' time, and this may be an unfair question, but back in Degas' time, okay, he's a painter. He's by himself in a house or family, but he's basically, he's not in a public forum painting like we are doing.
Right.
He's not on a microphone saying, well, I'm going to put the blue over here because, or whatever. Were they celebrities in there? How did they, was he a celebrity when he was here in New Orleans?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh,
No.
Okay, that's even better.
Yeah, he was a little popular in Paris, but he really had not reached the level where he was striving to go. He hadn't developed his own thing yet. Like musicians evolve into their own sound.
Right.
And it takes years sometimes for that to happen. I think that's where he was. He was in a very transitional moment. And so his popularity really peaked through Impressionism and through the first Impressionist show, and then the other shows that came thereafter. And he was still dabbling, like the little dancer whom we have outside in front of a reproduction in bronze.
Yes.
Never meant to be outside, of course, but that was about 1880 that he gained popularity. I think it was the third Impressionist show by then. And it was really almost scandalous, because he dressed her in real fabric and real horsehair and added something to what was then just a wax sculpture.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So he goes back to Paris, starts getting notoriety and some fame. Does New Orleans benefit from that in
No.
Europe?
No.
Not at all.
It became scandalous here. The name Degas was really suppressed because of a split in the family that occurred when one of his brothers was married to one of the cousins, and then that marriage didn't work out. They had 5 children, and so she became really the charge of her father, living in her father's house, and so they changed the name of the children from Degas to their grandfather's name, Musson. So his declaration was, "You'll never hear the name Degas in New Orleans again."
Wow.
So it was actually very suppressed back then. And then over time, of course, we live in more liberal days now than back then, and divorce is more common. It's not the scandalous thing it used to be. And so now we discuss it very openly in our tour. It's part of the history and the family history. But the names do exist on the tomb at St. Louis #1. And so several of the Degas children who died in the epidemic yellow fever, and their names are there as Degas. So the name wasn't completely erased.
Yeah. Boy, you never know what's going to cause something to happen like that, right? You surprised me when you said, well, it was about a divorce. You know, yeah.
Well, she was blind, and he abandoned his children and his wife. So it was pretty shocking, I guess. You know,
pretty shocking. Well, that's shocking today when you think about it.
Yeah, with 5 kids, and
Yeah.
and but anyway, that's now part of history, and of course Estelle is somebody that we revere and talk about quite a bit in the tour. And by the way, the tour guides were the great-grandnieces. We still have one. Joan Prados is the great-grandniece of Degas. She's been given the tour here for 27 years. It's her family home. She lives in the neighborhood, and we're very happy to have her, very proud of the fact that she's been with us so long, and she gives a great tour. It's very from the heart, you can imagine. It's a family member. So when she points to some of the paintings of Estelle, she says, "This is my great-grandmother," and it becomes very warm and familial, you know.
Yeah. Speaking of families and the building thereof, you guys do a lot of weddings here.
We do. We're very fortunate that women like the space, they like Degas. Perhaps they come to us because they were in the ballet, or they love the ballet, or they love Degas and the paintings, and they're exposed to this as young girls. And then I also think they like the spaciousness of the courtyard, flanked by the 2 buildings, so that, you know, in case of rain, of course we tent as needed, and that happens occasionally, but we have plenty of space inside as well. So it makes us very unique. And the fact that we have parking adds to that, off-street parking.
Well, last year, during Jazz Fest here, which is within walking distance of Degas House here, Lindsay Lawler and company came down from Nashville, and we did a concert here.
Yes.
Did not know we were going to wind up here at that point, and
right.
Here we are, and we are thrilled to be here. That is for sure.
Thank you.
We are. You know, it's interesting too because New Orleans gave birth to a lot of things. It gave birth to jazz and to some great foods and all of that sort of thing. But it also gave birth to trucking radio, right over on North Rampart Street.
Okay.
Yeah, at 1024 North Rampart. In that old house, it's a restaurant now.
Okay.
But that's where Charlie Douglas began the genre of trucking radio in March of 1971. So
Wow.
to be here in another historic spot, well, you can walk. It's a walk, but you can certainly walk from here to Rampart Street pretty easily.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
it's 11 blocks.
11 blocks. We feel like we've come full circle in our back home here.
How about that?
Yeah, and you've made us feel that way, David.
Well, we're really happy you guys are here, and the fact that we have a place of distinction with a very experienced group coming in here, and we're just very happy you guys decided to come forth, move in, and be able to showcase us a little bit is very helpful. We appreciate that a lot. So I look forward to a long-term business relationship with you guys where you can grow as needed. Of course, we have plenty of places for the parties.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which we're going to have one next week. next Wednesday. Oh, you're
Yes.
invited.
Yes.
Yeah, nice segue, Dave.
I've been talking. So with Bastille Day festivities going on, I'm letting people know we have to come by and see what's going on.
Yeah,
So.
absolutely. Absolutely. Well, you've got a busy day ahead of you, of course, and I want to thank you again for being on with us here, taking some time out.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. And we're going to get some musicians in here in just a few minutes.
Fantastic. Okay, great. You guys have a great day. Happy Bastille Day to everyone.
Thank you so much. David Villarubia, everybody. And if you come by and visit us, make sure you ask, hey, where's David? We want to meet him. Yeah, he's a great guy. And you got a great staff working here, too.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, guys. Have
All
a
right.
good day.
David Villarubia, everybody. So here we are. We're going to take a break here in just about a minute from now. Just want to remind you that we've got some guests coming into the studio. They're out on the porch right now. Ramona and the Holy... what a great name for a band, the Holy Smokes. Ramona Martinez and Kyle Kilduff are going to be joining us here in the studio. Kyle is one of the guitar players in the band, and they will be with us here momentarily. And this is Dave Nemo. It's wonderful to be with you here from the historic Degas House in historic New Orleans on, well, this historic day, Bastille Day.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Whoa, Nelly. I got to tell you, it's good to be here at the Degas House, the historic Degas House. It's the Fastport Studios. It is Nemo Nation, the final half hour. And by the way, we got some cool cats with us this morning. They're based out of Central Virginia, and they have family roots in South Texas. Ramona and the Holy Smokes represent a new generation of honky-tonk music, and that is actually really limiting, by the way. And there's a lot of groovy stuff going on inside of this music. They got powerful female vocals, of course. That, of course, comes in the form of Ramona Martinez, who is their lead singer, and along with those powerful female vocals that cover an emotional range from determined to comic to vulnerable, there's a real postmodern sort of fun energy here, and a talented backing band steeped in classic country and western styles of the 50s, 60s, and of course everybody's favorite decade that nobody remembers, the 70s. And we've also got guitars. Kyle Kilduff joins us this morning. Good morning to you, Ramona. Good morning to you, Kyle.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us.
Oh, my God. Great gosh almighty, here in the city of New Orleans, which, of course, is the greatest gumbo pot of every kind of musical style you possibly could want to have. Honky-tonk actually plays a lot better here than straight-up country and western.
I believe that.
There's a real sense of that old-school rock and roll that kind of permeates. Okay, so let's get down to Broken Smokes. Let's just say, the idea is that, what you're talking about here is y'all's music ain't nothing but itself. My partner, Lindsay Lawler, on our show loves to say that there ain't no genre for your music. Ramona and the Holy Smokes that's the game, right? I mean, you have your own genre. You exist there, correct?
For sure. I think that everyone in this band has such a deep appreciation for country and western, and especially the mid-century and up to the 70s even. And there's so many other influences from all of the different styles. We have, punk musicians in the band. People have been playing music in this band for decades, and bringing all those influences to honky tonk. Inevitably, of course, it morphs into a little bit of all of us. So
we were actually outside talking about, and Dave and I talked about it this morning, the Beatles' first concert over in D.C. And you mentioned you have punk rockers in the band. I don't know if either one of you guys have had a chance to hear Jerry Lee Lewis live at the Star in Hamburg. I mean,
yes.
That audience doesn't stand a chance. It's an act of murder. It's a crime scene. It's an outright crime scene. And I mean,
they didn't have a chance.
But it's a punk rock moment. I mean,
Sure.
it's a punk rock moment. You watch him. I mean, he basically plays the piano so fast the keys come off. He turns the place into a lake of fire. And part of when I watched the Beatles thing too, that same energy was there. And you talk about the idea of the 50s, 60s, and 70s. It's amazing how many people, when they go back to kind of reinvestigate that stuff, go, "Oh shit, man, there's some real rock and roll going on here." And I'm kind of wondering if you feel like, and like I said, there is a manufactured sense of do-it-yourself. You guys are incredibly polished. You got a new album coming out on September 26th. The first single is going to drop on the 30th. That's all groovy stuff. But there is a sense of, and once again, my partner and I love to say that you kind of drive until the wheels come off. Kind of plays it through. Can you talk about how you're able to kind of create that original feeling of this is happening in the real, while at the same time remaining a professional polish? Do you dig where I'm coming from with that question?
I think so. Kyle, do you want to take a stab at that, though?
I mean, I think honky tonk has always been rooted in a anti-establishment, even if it's just anti the Nashville sound or anti kind of larger, even like the roots of it in Texas and California. It's kind of finding...
Feels more of Bakersfield, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Bakersfield is a great example of the wheels come off. I mean, that was very much like, we're going to not sound like the albums coming out of Nashville, and we're going to be able to compete with the rock and roll albums of the time and have attitude. So I think that's always been the spirit, and I think even in today's time with dance culture tied to honky-tonk also, there is a very... not doing what mainstream is doing, finding something else. And I think that's the spirit of a lot of great music and genres in general, whether it's jazz, punk, rock, anything. It's usually kind of a almost a response to mainstream.
By the way, guys, I want you all to go to RamonaandtheHolySmokes.com. Our good friend The Turtle, when we repost this interview on the Tube of You, is going to make sure that some of their videos are actually attached to this interview. You can find them on the Grams of Insta, the Talks of Ticks, and the Book of Face, all that kind of groovy stuff over there. The only problem with all of this, and by the way, I'm not attacking you guys, but it's like we have one big problem with all of this, is the fact that, Merle was a mean sumbitch. Okay, I mean, and Willie is still so pickled in cannabis, that he is still Willie. I mean, but we live in an era now where Amy Winehouse is gone, and that kind of attitude, it don't work, and it's not good. It ain't good for the artist. It ain't good for the people. But at the same time, it does give that 50s, 60s, and 70s a really kind of, there's an edge. The wheels might actually come off. So the question is, how do we go about capturing that sense of, holy God, these crazy mofos might just wreck this whole place, while at the same time, you can't. It's not good for you. I mean, I want you guys to play into your 60s, and you're obviously 12, and it's,
Can I ask you a question? Did
Yeah.
you, when you were listening to the album, did that have that kind of energy? Like the wheels might come off of this?
Well, no. I mean, not that so much the wheels might come off of it, but I mean, yeah. But like I said, there's a sense of. So we had, I got a chance to talk to Benjamin Dakota Rogers about last year, and the idea that he recorded his album in a tobacco barn, and you could feel it.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, with you guys' work, there is that. I want to make this really clear to people. That's what is kind of here. Whether it's slow or fast, whether the tempo is up or down, it don't matter. There's something where you feel like, man, that string is going to break. That drum has been hit so many times that at some point somebody's going to break that thing. It's going to fall apart, like Squeezes did at the concert we saw a couple of years ago. I want the instruments to collapse. I want things to break. I mean, I like things messy on the corners and the edges. It feels real. This feels real. How do you do it? How do you capture that while at the same time not smoking that Mary Do You Wanna, not not hanging out with Jack, and not hanging out with Evan, and not hanging out with the old crow and your grandpa too?
Well, sometimes you do a little bit of all that, but there's balance. You got to find a balance, and I think the live performance is, I mean, that's what I think all great art comes from live performance and doing it over and over again and practicing in a real way of getting to that line.
Practicing the imperfection, by the way.
Yeah, but like not crossing that line and trying to make the live performance something that is so captivating that people will want to pay attention, hopefully dance, and I think you do have to kind of push it at times.
For sure. I mean, I think when you're starting out as a band and you want gigs that pay money, you play a lot of breweries or wineries in our area where people aren't there to see you, and so it's, constantly
They weren't there to see the Beatles either in Hamburg.
Right.
Really
and so
clear.
it's like we've kind of been, by playing those kinds of gigs, like how can we get people's attention? We've made a lot of fans at those gigs because no matter the gig, you got to put it all out there and give it 100%.
Well, yeah, there is a moment when basically we've all had it happen to us. We've gone to the show that night, and it's been like, we're going to get a couple of drinks, there's some band playing, and all of a sudden somebody starts singing or somebody starts playing, we go, wait a minute. We get stopped in our tracks,
Yeah.
and something actually holds us, makes a connection with us, we get drawn in, and then we want to figure out everything we possibly can about the band. But you can't calculate that either. You can't say, this is the moment when we capture their imagination. You just got to be,
sure.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you can only manufacture so much marketing before you actually got to be talented and good. And the question is how, this is a great thing. I'm hoping I can see you guys live tonight at St. Rock. But one of the things is almost like you've got to perform for each other.
I was just going to say that.
There you go. We'll go ahead and unpack that for
It's so true. I mean, because there are gigs that kind of suck, like hot outdoor gigs.
That's really generous, actually. Kind of
suck, yeah.
They really suck.
But at those gigs, we forge camaraderie, and sometimes we play really, really well. Like last year, around the July 4th holiday, we played in the middle of a ranch at noon. It was 110 degrees outside. Nobody was there. It was a festival. Nobody was there. We played to the vendors. We lost 4 pounds of water weight during the course of the set, and we slayed. We slayed it. Yes. But that, honestly, those moments we can carry with us and be we're bad. We can do it,
Well, but the other thing is, too, by the way, they're not bad in regards to badass, but they're not
I
bad.
wasn't sure if I could say
No,
ass.
you could say ass. It's the F and the C we got to kind of
Okay, cool.
Keep it fair. But Ramona Martinez and Kyle Kilduff, it's Kilduff, right?
Kilduff, yes.
Okay, I occasionally get stuff right. but that's kind of the thing, too, though, is you got to almost kind of give yourself permission to be bad. And I know that sounds like that's counterproductive, but the idea that you can't so much worry about, Or is everything where it needs to be? Are the microphones exactly where they're positioned? Is everything being taken care of, or I won't perform?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so many, especially as a vocalist. Like, it took me about 6 months to a year to be like, oh, there's going to be some gigs where I can't hear myself, and like a steady process of just trusting my voice. And Porter, our drummer, plays gigs all the time where he can't hear anything.
That's like Ringo in that concert that you and I watched,
Right.
Kyle. I mean, it's insane. He can't.
Yeah.
You can just watch him like, well, the hell with it.
Yeah.
But watching, I've always found it good because I have a couple of nitpicky friends in my life who actually I want to punch in the face when it comes to watching like Sam Cooke from the Apollo Theater. They're like, man, the back line on that is atrocious, and you're like, dude, it's 1959. What do you think it's going to sound like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there is a moment where you got to say, I mean, how many times nowadays do you watch musicians stop and start again? And you're just like, dude, what are you doing? Make the adjustments in song and keep the damn thing going. Keep the thing moving forward.
I don't know. I mean, we've had I think those moments kind of make it, I think our set is very polished. We, go between songs without stopping more and more, and we definitely put on a show. But
Well,
I
that's
think,
what I'm saying.
But I think the moment where, you really mess up a song
No, there's a point
and you can
where,
be like, oh, haha, sorry, let's do it again. I think that makes you human to people.
Oh, no, I don't have a problem with that. I'm talking about, I call it the persnickety, where I'm not talking about what you're talking about,
Right.
when the wheels really come off. I was telling you, we watched a Squeeze concert where the drum set collapsed. And literally, though, the bass is going boom, 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 as they slowly rebuilt the drums, and then they built the thing back up and got the ball rolling again. No, I know what you're talking about. I mean, the idea that it's like you do have to. There are moments where it's like, we got it. We got to fix this. No, I understand that as well. How long have you guys been together?
3 years April was our 3-year anniversary.
I didn't ask the question properly. I knew the answer to that. How long have you guys known each other, and when did you decide that you actually were Ramona and the Holy Smoke?
3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah. Yep.
How does that happen?
Well, I started writing songs. I wrote a little bit when I was 16 and got my first guitar, but at 16 you don't really have a lot to say, in my opinion. And so
you do, but it's really not a lot.
Right. No, I mean, I wrote 10 songs and that was it. I was like, cool. And then, I lived through my 20s and then had things to say. So in 2021, I started writing and wrote 25 songs in a year. And I put on a solo show that our pedal steel player Brooks came to. And he reached out to me and was like, hey, if you ever want to put pedal steel behind those songs, let me know. And then the band just kind of came together. I had a guitarist volunteer. I had a drummer volunteer. Brooks made 20 minutes being like, we need a bass player. And Kyle was on board. Kyle originally played bass, now plays guitar. We had Jay join us on bass about 6 months after we formed, and Porter on drums 6 months after we formed. But yeah, it's been the 5 of us for about 3 years now. And they were all in a band together before they met me.
Nice.
So they had a really, really good chemistry, both personally and musically. And I'm very happy that I got adopted by the boys.
It's the Emmett Otter. It's the Emmett Otter Drug Band Christmas moment. It's like, you needed something.
Well, and that's why I feel like, I'm really doing what God put me on this earth to do, because it's not easy doing what we do by any means, but some things have come really easily, including meeting the boys. So.
Well, and it's a real connection with the majority of our listeners out there who actually spend their days on the road. I mean, it's like my co-host on Tuesday through Friday, who sends her regards. She's a performer, and when I first met her, I said, the song you got to do is a cover of Journey's Faithfully. I said, because it's the same thing, that the music lifestyle and the trucking lifestyle is so much. How do you guys get around? How do you travel? What do you travel in?
Kyle, you want to take this one?
We got a van named White Lightning and 15 passenger.
What kind of van is it, though?
We're going to talk shop here. It's important. It's a Ford E350, 15 passenger, 2002. It was previously a band van for one of our buddies in Roanoke, Jack Marin, and we bought it from him. So
nice. And how is that traveling on the road with these guys?
Oh, people ask me that all the time, as they're like, you're the only girl in this band.
I don't believe you're the only girl. You can't be the only person female on the road with these guys, right?
Oh, yeah, I am. Of course. I mean, and they're my brothers, and it's been like that since day one.
Kicking ass and singing.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, too, they're very considerate. I would, and it's not like a gender thing.
Well,
like I wouldn't be in a band with
here.
these.
You brought people here that you obviously like, so it's obviously a situation where you do dig these people.
Oh, I love them to death. I mean, I spend all my time with them. You know, like it is a family truly, and yeah.
How long have you guys been on the road?
Just this tour, like I think this is day 5.
And how long is it going to take you?
12 days, 12 shows.
Okay.
And then we'll drive home. But we tour, or kind of, basically every weekend. Thursday through Sunday, we'll go as far west as Knoxville, New York. Usually that's like in all places in between. We've hit at least once a month and are playing shows every weekend.
We are not a local show, so you're not going to get yourself in any trouble. What's been your favorite place to play so far?
For me personally, the Thirsty Beaver in Charlotte, North Carolina.
I just like the title of that place, so
Yeah.
I'm kind of down with that. What about you, Kyle?
Thirsty Beaver is definitely high on all of our list. For our hometown place where we used to play once a month, Dirty Nelly's in Charlottesville, Virginia, is like that's as close to a home as it gets. So got to give them a shout out.
Definitely.
Tell me why. What makes the space the perfect space with all its imperfections and flaws, and why?
I mean, I think kind of going back to what you were talking about of the wheels coming off, and I think that takes community, and I think the honky tonk or even just kind of roots American music community is thriving right now, and you need those spaces, and I feel like you can feel it when you go to a place and everyone is there and appreciative. It doesn't mean that they're quietly hanging on to every note or word you say, but they're there for the scene, and I think those are so important. So.
Yeah, and I think like it can be a dive bar where people are still talking, but they are enthusiastically applauding, or that like the combination of those two is really special.
Oh, it's fantastic,
Yeah.
by the way. When you see people like pouring each other a pitcher and laughing for a second, then checking back in on the
Yeah.
song and doing all that.
Totally.
One of my favorites is when people, like everybody's talking in a house and all of a sudden you end the song and the whole place erupts into applause. And
Exactly.
you're like, oh, you were here. Yeah, we're here, man. This is all part of an ongoing dialogue between audience and performer that kind of goes on here. You wrote 25 songs over the course of a year, right?
That was a while ago. I think I have more now.
I
But, yeah.
understand. But I wanted to ask you a bit about process because my on-air partner would absolutely murder me if I didn't kind of cover this particular topic. So do you write the music or you just write the lyrics?
It is usually they both come at the same time. Like I'll get like a hook or like an idea for a chorus. I'm a huge melody fan. That's my bag. I don't write with a guitar usually. I just write in my head and then pick up a guitar and I'll be like, oh, it's D, A, and E again,
Yeah.
or whatever.
How much input do you take from your collaborators in regards to once the song gets up on its feet? How
Yeah.
much do you take in regards to the allocation of solos or
Totally.
the allowance of because basically if you view the voice as an instrument as opposed to a separate entity from the rest of the band, it then becomes much more easier to kind of interact and collaborate with the instruments, correct?
That is an interesting way to look at it. I haven't really thought of before because
You
usually
can tell I'm
when
a Van Morrison fan, by the way. But go
yeah,
on.
well, that makes sense now. I think that like what I write is like the beginning. It's just like the bare bones of the song. So it's like the chords and the words. And sometimes like we have a couple of examples of songs where I've written like my default is like a Lefty Frizzell two-step. Like every song I write starts that way. And then Kyle will be like, what if we turn this into like a more trucker rock style song like we did with Drunk After Work?
Right.
Or what if we turn this into more of like a Ray Price style torch song, which is what we did with Even in My Dreams. So, and then as far as like the arrangement and where the solos go, I mean, we all kind of decide like what makes sense, what is best for the pacing of the song. Where should we put the solo? Should there even be a solo? Because is the song already too long to have one? So I think, yeah, that's definitely a group.
Well, and the other thing, I was thinking about this once again from the video that Kyle and I were talking about outside for a minute there. The idea of, I would like to see the comeback of the 2.5-minute song.
Oh, we love that.
I mean,
that's
and that's
punk
what.
roots,
I
yeah.
thought about that, but I thought about the idea of, the thing about the Minutemen and punk rock. I mean, literally, that's what the name comes from. But you also think about Jerry Lee Lewis and a lot of the early rock and roll songs, which is 3 yards. What is it? 2.5 yards in a cloud of dust.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something to be said about that because movies are heading that direction too. too, the idea of 90-minute movies is such a merciful thing now when
Yeah.
everybody expects us to kind of be there for the long form.
Sure.
And it's because we're not on radio anymore. So much of it isn't about radio play anymore. It's about downloads and streams, which means you can be 7 minutes if you're good. But there is something to be said about, a quick hit and get the heck out of there. So in terms of collaboration, that means that there's a lot of possibilities. Do you guys know when you're done? Because one of the great things I've often heard is that, if you want to get a happy ending in a movie, a song, or anything else, simply stop it when it's happy. And then you're kind of done with that. But how do you know when you're done? How do you know when a song is ready? And do you use an audience, as we talked about, do you use an audience to figure out if the song needs more work? Are they your last collaborators, I guess is what I'm asking you.
I think Daddy Sad is a good example if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, I think it depends on. I think the short answer is it's done when you record it, because when you go to record it, you really have to think about the arrangement, and sometimes you've been playing a song for years, and then you go to record it and it ends up being different, and then you're just like, okay, well, we're going to play it like that. But other times, it's a moving target. I mean, we've had songs where we played very slow, Daddy Sad, and then for the sake of all of a sudden playing more gigs that had dance involved, we were like, actually, what if we turn this into a shuffle, right? We need a shuffle. What song would be a good shuffle? And I think even in general, there's a few songs that the more you play them, all of a sudden you're kind of like, it'd be really cool if we on the second verse broke down and then brought all the instruments back up. So it is a little bit of that live performance.
A lot of
like,
your stuff actually suggests that of itself. The idea that you could do some stuff in there depending upon how the other comp I keep thinking about is that we saw Red Rocks, just saw the Avid Brothers play there, and Head Full of Doubt, which is fairly steady, slow song, on an opening number was like took a flamethrower to the place with it.
Mm-hmm.
And do you feel like the kind of work that you do, and I think the answer is yes, but you can disagree with me, it's your music, but there's a lot of room to kind of play inside of what you guys create. There feels like a lot, there's some musicians, there's not a lot of room to play. It feels like with what you guys are doing, there's a lot of room to play here.
I think that's true.
Yeah, I think there's our sets depend on the show, whether it's a listening room or a really loud bar. I think there's times that we extend parts of a song we know it's a dance number, and if there's going to be dancers, we pass a few more solos around. So I think there is a living, breathing aspect of the songs themselves and the show.
Definitely.
My on-air partner, Lindsay, would kill me if I didn't ask the following questions. Where is your dream location to play a show? She'd kill me if I didn't ask that question.
Oh, man.
I'd kill me if I didn't ask that question. You can change your mind 5 minutes from now. That's the best part about it. But I tell you right now, you have 1 second to pick where you want to play, and you can play there, and it's going to be a sold-out house. Where are you going?
I think our hometown theater, we played a place called the Jefferson Theater. Harry Houdini has performed there. It's a really cool stage.
I like it already.
And so if we could sell out a show at that theater in our hometown, we'd be, I think, really happy.
I like that. And yourself, Kyle? You get to pick something different. So we say, that's a great answer.
Great.
What's your answer?
Poorhouse, Raleigh. Seen wonderful shows there. It's a great room, and that would be pretty important to me because we put a lot of work into North Carolina. We play North Carolina a lot, so it's very close to Virginia. It's easy for us to get to. So if we could sell out that room, I'd be pretty excited.
It's a neat thing too because we went through a whole series of decades of wide release, available everywhere. Whereas in the 70s, movies and songs would start in markets. What's the best market to make? American Graffiti, of course, started in Venice Beach, started in Pomona. Let's make it work here, and then we can get it out there. Halloween started in the Midwest. There are examples of music. Fats Domino always got played down in New Orleans before it got played anyplace else. If the people here like it, let's get it out there. We are now, that's an interesting strategy, too. You guys have really made sure you lock up home field advantage, right?
Yes, definitely. And like early on in the band, people would ask, like, so are you moving to Nashville? Because if you're a country singer, they're like, so you're going to Nashville, right? And I think there's a lot of wisdom to staying where you are and building a sound from the place that you come from. And, I think that's priceless. Not to mention Charlottesville is a great music town. To be able, you're able to build something there. So I think, fortunate.
I don't know if you've ever heard. I'm gonna get really esoteric with you guys. You ever heard of the art critic Kenneth Clark? Wrote an essay called On Provincialism, where he argues that when the academy, the main center of the action, becomes too encrusted, too formalized, it's up to the provinces to figure out how to fix things.
That goes back to the Bakersfield thing.
Well,
earlier.
exactly that.
Yeah.
By the way, and there's another historian who says that's the American Revolution, where the British Empire had gotten too calcified. And then he says, you know what? The Americans out in the provinces said, we're going to make this shit up. We're going to come up with something new. But let me ask you a question. Given the fact that we've talked about Virginia, what would you say, and the Carolinas and that whole Mideastern region, what would you say distinguishes that sound from, say Texas or Bakersfield? Or because like I said, there's a bourbon and barbed wire and tobacco feel to that kind of music that you don't find the further out west you go.
Well, I want to turn this question over to Kyle, but first I want to say there's definitely Texas influence in our music.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, but Kyle, let's talk about Virginia because that's important.
I mean, gosh, Virginia has such a rich history in music in general, but I mean, with Bristol being the birthplace of country music, and I mean,
he got that in there, by the way. He managed to get that
plug,
in there.
But also, you have the Appalachian Mountains, and you have such a rich bluegrass folk roots of country music. Groups like Stanley Brothers, and it's so I think in Virginia you do get a lot of Americana that does hint at kind of more of a roots bluegrass.
Is it tough? I know exactly what you're talking about. It's the same reason
yeah.
that Sam Shepard spent his final years of his life there, watching the horses run by his front porch.
Yeah, and there'll be great shows, like even in North Carolina too, where it's like the people that play in the bluegrass bands also play in the country bands, and there's shows that you might have just a string band for a broader sense, and then a country band after, or a total just like country rockin' band.
Yeah.
It's kind of real starts to blend in those areas. So
one more thing I want to say about Virginia country music history is Patsy Cline, who was from Winchester, and I'm pretty sure didn't leave Winchester before she started recording her music. So where'd she get that sound from?
Virginia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it kind of comes
And her
down.
early records are so much more honky tonk than the stuff she's best known for, and people don't remember that always.
Where are you guys playing tonight?
St. Rock Tavern with Rose Vaughn.
What time does that start?
9 question mark?
9.
9 question mark. Okay,
New Orleans 9, so 9:45.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, you know that if you're 10 minutes late any place else in the country, you're fired. If you're 10 minutes late in New Orleans, you're Employee of the Month. Sounds
like my kind of place.
I mean, it kind of is. Everybody. The idea is that everybody's lingering. What are you talking about? What do you mean we start at 9? Well, of course we start at 9. We start talking at 9.
Yeah.
We start drinking at 9:15. We start mingling at 9:30, and then the band comes on at 9:45. That's when you guys are supposed to take the chance. Get there at 9, guys. Be respectful. But how much time do I have left?
I mean, you can take as much time as you want. It's our show.
It really is, isn't
1
it?
minute if you want to do that.
I mean, by the way, give us all the socials, by the way, are RamonaandTheHolySmokes.com. You can find them on the Book of Face, the Grandma Instant, the Talk of Tick, and everywhere that sweet music is played. Of course, that means they can download you on Spotify, right? Download them. Do not just check out the song. Download these people. Get them downloaded. Buy the record album. Buy all of this stuff. It comes out in September, the 26th, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir.
Right? And the music, the song comes out end of the month, correct? The 30th?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good.
That was great.
I know.
It's almost like, I'm not reading off anything either, though.
Nope.
I'm not. That's not what's happening. Okay, Kyle, favorite guitarist?
Ooh.
Wow.
You can change your mind a minute from
Whoa,
now.
coming
Just
in hot.
Give me somebody.
Roy Nichols.
That's not bad at all.
Yep.
That's living in the high country.
Yeah. Yeah.
Other than Patsy Cline, you can't go to her. Favorite vocalist?
Country music, George Jones. Not country music, probably Billie Holiday or Nina Simone. They're my-
By the way, Nina Simone's cover of Leonard Cohen's Suzanne
I've heard it. It's nice.
is spectacular. I mean, there's a better line. Jesus was a sailor when he walked upon the water, and he spent a long time watching from his lonely wooden tower. That's like primo lyrics right there. They got some primo lyrics, by the way, on these songs. Some really great writing, some really lovely tunes, some really great melodies. Thank you both so much for
Thank
being
you
a part
for
of the show.
having
Thank
us.
you.
It's been a pleasure.
And by the way, our first in-studio musical guest on the show.
First of many.
First of many.
Yay.
Come back when we get the
Thank
musical
you.
license and everything set up to play, actually. We'll be able to play you guys as well
That'd be
here.
great.
Guys, the posting, by the way, will have a video. Tara, you're listening, right? Put the damn video on there. Am I out? Almost. This has been Nemo Nation, live from the historic Degas House. We're out.